you joining us. As you probably have seen, we're continuing to hold our meetings electronically due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public process, this is still considered an open and public meeting. For the work session, we welcome members of the public who may be watching our visual live feed on Facebook, and you may also watch on the council's YouTube page or on SLC TV channel 17. As many of you know, there is no public comment during the work session, but you can join us tonight at 7 p.m. for our formal meeting to share any comments that you have about any general item or any public hearing item that's on the agenda. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can reach the City Council at any time by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476, or by emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour comment line at 801-535-7654. We'll now move on to our work session items. Our first item is related to updates on the mayor's proclamation declaring local emergencies for COVID-19 and the March earthquake, and as well as the September 8th windstorm. So I will turn the time over to Rachel, Chief of Staff, to lead us through this discussion item. Rachel?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, members of the council, for giving us some time again today. I just have a quick update on the COVID front. I'll start us off with a not very fun fact, which is that today is the highest number of cases we've ever seen on a Tuesday, which is, let's see, over 1,000 cases for a Tuesday, so a non-fun fact. And of those 1,081 cases in the state, 452 come from Salt Lake County. So that is not a great trajectory right now. So we'll, obviously we're continuing to push and promote the same messages to try to keep people safe, and hopefully we'll see some shift here in the next week or so as we are continuing to hammer on the messages that are coming even from the, from the state level, county level, and our level, that people need to be extra cautious right now. So that's the start there. I wanted to just give you a quick update too on some of the employee issues regarding COVID. I shouldn't say issues, but just because I know it's important to all of us. In the police department, we have 14 positive cases and 16. That's my dog. He's unhappy about these numbers too. We have 14 positive cases and 16 quarantined, for a total of 30 out of the police department right now on quarantine. And in the fire department, we have a total of 16 quarantined right now. And they've had a total of 11 positives since March. So, and I should mention that police is down from 57 employees out a couple of weeks ago. So those numbers are, kind of up and down depending on circumstances, but that's where we're at this week. So any questions or anything specific about the COVID emergency that the council would like to hear about today?
I don't have any specific questions. Council members? Okay, doesn't look like it. Oh, Councilmember Rogers.
At hospitalization rates, how are they trending up or downwards?
Things, at least as far as we know, they've been trending upwards at both of the major hospitals in the area. The mayor may have more recent information. I know she's been in contact with the hospitals recently. Mayor, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, as of, actually it was just yesterday evening, I spoke with someone at the University of Utah, and they talked about the fluidity of those numbers, that traditionally over the weekend, the numbers dip down, which is what happened at the U over the weekend, but surgeries pick up as scheduled over weekdays. And so now as they cut more and more elective surgeries from their schedules, they are working to free up capacity And they're always working also fluidly with the other two major hospitals so that there can be transfer of patients from ICU to ICU. So it is not static. And as of last night, they were lower than they were on Friday night. But the rate that we are going locally and statewide on case numbers is not promising.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for that update. We'll move on to item number 2, which is updates on relieving the condition of people experiencing homelessness. And I'm not sure if Mayor or Rachel, which one of you wants to take us through that?
Mr. Chair, I'll start us off, and then David Litvak's also with us, and he wants to give a specific update on preparations for winter overflow shelter to you. So quick update on the community commitment program for this week. As you know, we have been working with service providers to do daily trying to maintain a by name list of people who are being encountered in that area. The running tally, which isn't a representation of the number of people who are actually sleeping in that area overnight, is 162 right now. And of those 162 people, 80 have been offered space in available programs, 15 have accepted placements, 60 have refused placements, and 5 have expressed some interest in placements that were available, but had some kind of a barrier that didn't allow them to enter right at that time. So whether they needed a pending COVID test or something like that. So those are, decent numbers, but this, as the team knows from all the research that's been done nationwide, this takes really committed, focused, and regular outreach by, the same people over a long period of time. So this is, I think we are working hard. Our service providers are working hard to connect people with the services that they need. So that, as you know, we're going to continue that outreach for the rest of this week, and that will be capped off by a resource fair at the end of the week on both Thursday and Friday to do big pushes with lots of service providers there to connect with people, talk to them, and try to hook them up with where they might find some resources. So that's the update for the community commitment program. After this week, we'll move on to address some different areas in the city, and happy to keep you updated on that. I know there were some questions too on the mitigation resources for neighborhoods in the areas of homeless resource centers. And I just wanted to let you know that, as you all know, that there's a position in the homeless engagement and outreach team, the HEART team here at the city, Allison Dupler, who is funded through that program, through the state grant there. She has been really focused on the community commitment program, but has been working with the consultant through CAN and through HAND to work on that document, the neighborhood action strategies, I think is what it's called. Lonnie's nodding, so I think I got that right. The neighborhood action strategies plan. And my understanding is that they should have a draft, at least a draft, if not the final version to share, final version to share with council towards the end of this week. So I know you guys have talked about those strategies in the past for several years. And I'll look forward to sharing that report with you as soon as we get it from the consultant towards the end of this week. Lonnie, did you have something you wanted to add or anything? Or does council have questions about that in particular?
Councilman Valdemoros?
I have questions about the funds or the cleanup of the grounds of hazardous materials and how that's been going, how often, and have Advantage Services have encountered issues when they were trying to clean or to have a report at all of what's been happening the last 2-3 weeks.
Councilmember Waldemar, is that in particular to the enhanced neighborhood cleaning
Yes.
work we're talking about?
Sorry, Rachel, you cut out there for a minute.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask Lonnie. I don't know if she has figures on that right now, or if Michelle is on to share figures. If we don't have them today, happy to share those with you in a follow-up email.
I'm going to say that Michelle is on. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulty through the morning's meetings. And I do not have those numbers off the top of my head, but Michelle is on.
Yeah, council member, we'd be happy to provide you with some figures in a future meeting. As far as just sort of like general feedback on the cleanups, things have been going fairly well. I have not heard anything from Advantage Services that they are running into any issues or anything like that. They visit the target areas anywhere from 1 to 2 times a day. And from what I have seen, that has provided some improvement to those areas.
All right. All right, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing more about this in an email. Thanks.
Additional questions on that? Okay. Rachel, do you want to turn the time over now to David Litvack?
Yep. David is here to specifically update us on conversations around winter overflow.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Mr. Chair, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you an update and answer any questions that you may have regarding the winter overflow planning. As you are aware, the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness, which I serve on behalf of the city, has been leading the overflow planning for the last several months. And I just appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on where we're at. So currently we have started providing overflow shelter. St. Vinny's has opened as of middle of last week, which is overflow shelter for men of 40 beds. And then and is fully funded through the overflow season, as well as the motel vouchers, which is 80 beds, 40 rooms, primarily, though not exclusively, for women, has also started. The motel vouchers is a partnership between Volunteers of America and Utah Community Action. Utah Community Action manages the relationship with the motel, the vouchers, and VOA provides case management to the women that participate in that program. So those two aspects of the overflow, and that too has been funded. That is a mix of city funding and state funding. That too has been fully funded through the overflow season. In addition, while it was not initiated as a part of overflow, the Stay Home, Stay Safe motel, which has been serving individuals at high risk of complications if they were to contract COVID-19. That is continuing to operate and will operate through the overflow season. That is 132 beds on top of what St. Vinny's is providing, on what the motel voucher, as well as on top of the 700 beds in the resource centers. So that too is fully funded through the overflow season. So just based on those resources that are already up and running, that puts us almost at the same spot we were in terms of bed capacity last year when the Sugar House temporary shelter was up and running. Maybe minus 20 or so beds. The last element of the overflow shelter plan, winter overflow shelter plan, that the coalition is working to implement is we are we are still trying to identify a non-congregate setting, an additional overflow shelter for this winter. We are focused on identifying a motel to serve that purpose. And there's obviously a couple reasons for that. Primarily due to the risk, the health risk of COVID-19. The focus, instead of trying to replicate what we did last year with the Sugar House temporary shelter with an open warehouse sort of space and cots, it is much more safe to utilize a non-congregate setting such as a motel for that overflow purpose. The other reason for that is the funding that is available for additional emergency shelter is primarily COVID emergency funds, both from the state, the county, and the city. In our process, will also make that funding available in the community. Our goal with the coalition is to have this last piece of the overflow shelter plan in place by November 1st. We know that's going to be a pretty heavy lift to get there by November 1st, but that is what we are working towards. One of the barriers that we have faced in the past, or one of the challenges that we had last year, is the staffing associated with an additional non-congregate setting. Happy to report that that is not going to be a barrier this year, as we actually have a new provider coming into the Salt Lake community, SwitchPoint. For those of you familiar, SwitchPoint operates the shelter, the resource center in St. George. They're also working to open a resource center in Tooele, and they have expressed interest and have come into the Salt Lake community to help us run the overflow shelter this year. That is a barrier that we've been able to address rather quickly in a very good way. So the last piece is really finding that non-congregate setting from which to provide some additional housing. The goal is to identify a location that would allow the capacity of about 150 beds. Mr. Chair, that's the update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you council members may have.
Questions, council members?
And I have a question.
Councilmember Valdemaros.
These 150 beds that we need or that we're trying to find, and with the group that you're working on, have they been looking at other cities other than Salt Lake City to house these folks?
Yeah, council member, the search has been countywide in trying to identify the motel. Some of the leads that we have that we're working on were initiated when Salt Lake County and County Incident Command first created the Stay Home, Stay Safe, and had some different motels that expressed interest. And so that has provided kind of avenues for those conversations. But that search is most definitely countywide.
Thank you.
Other questions, council members? Okay, thank you, David Litvack, for that update. We appreciate it, and thank you, Rachel. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is updates on racial equity in policing. And Cindy Gus Jensen from the council office, I believe you had a quick update on some projects that are in the works, and then we'll, yes, okay, great, go ahead.
So just a laundry list for you, because we had some comments from the public saying they hadn't heard the status. So this is just the general update. First of all, the council has completed the ordinance that restricts the acceptance of military surplus equipment. And so that is now on the books. The Police Civilian Review Board, the council has had one discussion about enhancing that ordinance, and council members are meeting with the members of the Civilian Review Board individually so that to brainstorm ideas and come up with possibly some ordinance changes and some budget changes. We expect that by the end of the year, we will have a draft ordinance back to the council based on the original council policy discussion and on the interviews and discussions that the council members are having with that commission. And of course, we'll also check in to get the administration's input on that. And then the council has on their agenda interviews for some additional Civilian Review Board members, and that will bring the board up to have full representation for every council district for the first time in several years. So that's all, I think, going in a good direction. The body-worn camera item is something that has the council spent a lot of time on. You've discussed the draft ordinance setting the framework for the use of the cameras and the retention. There are several items that we need to follow up with the administrations on, just logistical and some really administrative process items that we want to be sure that we get right, like being sure the record retention schedule coincides with the statute of limitations. So that ordinance should be back to you in November with some proposed revisions. And then we're also coordinating with the administration to get a meeting with the contractor that supplies the body cameras and the storage system so that we can all have a full understanding of the capabilities of the technology. There were some things that we were all speculating about or basing our understanding on the previous system. And so this will help just get us caught up on whether there's some new capabilities of that system and what the limitations are. And we will report back to the council on that, as well as utilize that information in the draft ordinance that we bring back. And then the Racial Equity in Policing Commission is continuing to meet. They've created a few subcommittees. Administrative staff is the primary staff for them. They also have a facilitator now that's on board. And then the council staff is support and backup. At different times, we have 3 or 4 different council staff people involved. The audit to help look at police policy issues and also come up with the pieces for the council to develop with the administration a zero-based budget framework for the police department. Those proposals will be back into us by November 4th. And we have an expedited contracting arrangement with the firms that will be responding to this. So we already have a good deal of that work in place. We put that out for public comment because there was such a great deal of interest in it. Just the scope went out for comment. We had 96 public comments on it, which is very, significant. And based on those comments and questions, some adjustments were made in the scope. And also our staff will be using those to prepare a frequently asked question list on that. And then if the applicants or the bidders, I should say, the companies that are on the council's short contract list for this have questions, then those would be added to the FAQ. It'll be published online and then emailed out to those who request it. Final item is that budget amendment number 3 includes an appropriation for the Racial Equity and Policing Commission operations through FY 2021. And we have had to re-notice that hearing that's on your calendar tonight, but it needs to be re-noticed just due to an advertising error. So that would be held on Wednesday, October 28th, and that's when your vote would be scheduled for your consideration. So that's it, just ongoing progress on many levels.
Thank you, Cindy. Do anyone have any questions about that for Cindy Gus Jensen? Okay, are there any additions that the administration wants to make, Rachel or Lisa or Mayor, on equity and policing?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Cindy, for the thorough update.
All right, great. Then we will move on to agenda item number 4, which is a briefing from Rocky Mountain Power on service. With us for that, we have Nick Tarbett from the Salt Lake City Council office and Jeff Barrett from Rocky Mountain Power. Nick, you want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much by way of introduction on this. Jeff, can you hear us? I just wanted to make sure we had some technical difficulties a little earlier. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Great.
So just by way of quick introduction, Jeff has a presentation that he's going to, Bobby from our office is going to help run for him. So he'll bring that up. There's been a exciting year in terms of infrastructure problems in Salt Lake City with the windstorm and the earthquake, and the council had some questions, and Jeff was kind enough to be able to provide this time to come in and update the council on how those events went and on some infrastructure issues and stuff like that. So with that, I'll let Jeff take over.
Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Thanks, Nick. And so I guess, Robert, were you able to put up the PDF that I shared?
Yes, one moment. My laptop seems to be overwhelmed.
Okay, thanks. I won't bore you with too many slides, guys. I'd rather take questions more than walk through slides, but great. Thank you. Could you go to the first slide, please, or rather the second slide? Okay, so this is not news to anyone. The storm that we experienced early in September really hit the evening of September 7th. We all remember it well. And it hit our entire Rocky Mountain Power Service territory. And the vast majority of the damage was in Utah, but there was some damage in Wyoming and Idaho. In Wyoming, dumped a foot of snow in the kind of, central, north central area, Casper, Wyoming area. And Idaho got hit pretty hard as well with wind and cold temperatures. But Utah, along the Wasatch Front, saw 112-mile-an-hour winds at the U. And in other places, on the East Bench particularly, but throughout the valley. And so there was significant damage. At the peak of the event, we had 225,000 customers out of service. That's at one time. So 203,000 of those were in Utah, and the remainder of those were elsewhere because of other events that were, related events that were occurring in Idaho and Wyoming. And so we restored, almost all the customers within 5 or 6 days. And as I'll describe our approach to the restoration, the customers that were out between the 14th and the 21st, those handful of customers were a unique case. And in many cases, one of the reasons, they were the last 0.01% was because there was actually damage to their own equipment. So the equipment on their side of the meter that, you know, where we don't restore those types of facilities, what we call the meter base or the masthead. If you guys can picture, you know, where you've got your service line drop that comes in over your backyard or wherever it's coming from if you're downtown, it'll normally terminate 1.5 feet or so above your shingles in a metal pole. And that pole is the homeowner's responsibility. So if that was damaged, we wouldn't fix that. We would wait on the homeowner to fix it, and then we'd come back. So a lot of those last 0.01% of customers, we were waiting on them in many cases to have that work performed. And so, you know, approximately 10% of all the customers affected by the storm, so about 20,493 were in Salt Lake City proper. And, you know, it seems to all of us like more than 10% of Salt Lake City's residents were affected, and that's probably true. You know, that's 20,000 meters, but there could be 2 or 4 or 5 people at a given meter, or there could be 0 because it's a commercial meter. So it's hard for us to know exactly how many, you know, of your constituents were affected. We just do know that it was 20,000 meters. Could you go to the next slide, please? And feel free to interrupt me at any time. I'm just going to run through about a dozen slides and then we can talk. But if you guys have any questions as we go, I encourage you to interrupt me. So after the first couple of days, when the 15 or 20,000 customers that were out to our north in that part of our service territory, when those issues were addressed, we brought those crews down to the Wasatch Front. And around the same time, our call for aid from our partner utilities had been answered. And so, you know, we more than doubled our, and that's an estimate. We can look at the table in a couple of slides to see what the actual percentage might have been, but we significantly increased our workforce a couple of days in. We also made a broader request, not just to our, you know, sister utilities under, well, so for those of you who don't know, Mid-American Energy Company is a Berkshire Hathaway energy company just like us, as is NV Energy. They're all under the Berkshire Hathaway Energy umbrella. And Intren is actually a utility contractor based in the Midwest that Mid-American relies on, just like we have contractors here, and so they were able to send crews. But we made a broader request for assistance, and essentially parties weren't responsive beyond our immediate umbrella of companies because there's just too much going on in the West. I mean, we've got all kinds of wildfires in California, so we've got lots of different parties that are all asking for aid at the same time for different types of disasters, and so we were only able to ramp up our force as much as we were able to, and it was mostly sister utilities. So we had about 1,100 folks assigned to storm duty response. That included myself. It included our folks at the call centers. It included our vegetation management folks. It included all the contractors and other utilities that joined us here along the Wasatch Front to assist our effort. There were 2,500 trees down that we dealt with, and we replaced 193 distribution poles and 55 miles of conductors. So that's wire, which is a lot in this small area, basically along the Wasatch Front. And we activated an emergency operations center that was basically just, you know, staffed 24 hours a day with large screens, and we managed outages and made sure that we were coordinating, responsive to officials and that kind of thing. And so that was stood up for about a week. If you could go to the next slide, Robert. So this is just a summary of what I just described. I think a lot of folks assume that we've got like big fancy emergency, you know, facilities, but that room in the middle picture there, the guy with his hand raised is Curtis Mansfield, who's our head of transmission and distribution operations. That is our emergency operations center, for what it's worth. It's, you know, 35-year-old office chairs, and but you know, we made it work, and they were great. They'd take my calls anytime, day or night, and were very helpful in tracking things down for me. So this is kind of the breakdown of the folks that we had working on the job, you know, at the peak. We didn't have that many people mobilized day one, but by day 2 or 3 we did. If you could go to the next slide, please. So here's our system impact, and there are a couple of numbers here. This table compares other major events that affected tens of thousands of customers in the last decade or so. And as you'll see, this storm was far and away the largest event that we've had in recent memory. We all know that intuitively. I mean, it certainly felt that way, but this just demonstrates that, yeah, this was a way bigger event than we're accustomed to addressing. The two numbers, and I actually had a call with the guy whose team produced this table an hour or so ago, and I was questioning him, you know, explain to an idiot, you know, what the difference is between an outage, a customer affected by an outage, and a customer that was interrupted. And the response was, well, maybe we shouldn't have included that interruptions row for public consumption because there's a lot of double counting in that 382 and the 225. So in other words, if you were one of the 225,000 customers affected by an outage, and you were part of that peak outage number that I talked about on an earlier slide, it could have been that we pulled a tree off a line and restored your power 3 days into the storm, but then 3 days later, we de-energized your circuit to make a secondary repair, and you were de-energized for a period of 3 or 4 or 5 hours. You would be counted twice in that 382,000 number. And so I don't think it's a useful number. The useful number is the 225. And I also, when I was talking to my colleague about that number, I said, well, if I just do the simple math, you know, we serve 1.18 million customers in the Rocky Mountain Power service territory. That's 32% of Rocky Mountain Power's customers were affected. That's drawn from the 382,000 number. So I just don't think that's appropriate. I think that the real number is closer to 20% for what it's worth. And so if I were to redo this slide now, it would be, that percentage would be based on 225,000 out of 1.18 million. So the windstorm's physical impact, a lot of you folks might not know what a cross arm or a splice or a fuse is, and I can get into what those are, I mean, if you'd like, but cross arms are what they sound like. You've got a transmission pole, and there's transmission up high, and then down low there's a cross arm, essentially like a 2x4 that goes across, and that's what we hang the distribution conductors on. And so 776 of those were damaged. Fuses exist on a line so that when there's a voltage event of some kind, the fuses blow to protect a transformer or a switchgear that sits on top of a pole. And so these are basically descriptions. A splice is exactly what it sounds like. When you splice one conductor to the next, and there's a splice kit involved. You know, that's a part of a conductor that's particularly subject to this type of event, and so there were 15,000 of those that had to be replaced. So just a major, major impact on our system. Could you advance to the next slide, please? So this, again, just describes kind of where the peak was early, well, I guess, gosh, my recollection, that peak would have been about 9 or 10 or 11 a.m. on the 8th. And so you see how we quickly recovered in the first couple of days, the vast majority of customers. And then there's a long tail, and we can talk about why that tail is, and I'll kind of address that in later slides. If you could move to the next slide, please. So I describe our approach to restoration as utilitarian. I put a definition of utilitarianism in here. You all are educated people. You generally know what that means. But we essentially, you know, our approach was guided by, you know, the next action we take is going to be the action that restores the greatest number of customers. So if in a given hour, there were 200 discrete outage events on our system, we literally would rank those 200 outages based on, which outage has the largest number of customers impacted by it and which has the least number of customers impacted by it. And we order them in that way, and we dispatch crews accordingly. And so, because this approach was applied consistently, that's why we recovered 100,000 customers in day one, and by day 7, where we had twice as many crews in the field, we might have only recovered 2,000 or 3,000 customers in a whole day with 3 times as many resources. And it's because on that first day, we started with substations. When you repair a substation, it could energize, one crew of 4 people working for half a day could restore 4,000 customers. And that same crew on day 7, working the same amount of time, might restore a half a dozen customers. And so it's essentially a low-hanging fruit kind of phenomenon that we're talking about here. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we started our restoration focused on the 16 substations and the handful of transmission lines that were affected. Then we moved to our distribution facilities, starting with damaged main lines. And I'll talk a little bit about what a main line is versus a lateral on the next slide. We then moved to lateral distribution lines, and then finally to secondary and service lines. So, whereas on a substation repair, we could restore thousands, by the time we've dealt with those first couple of steps, the substations, the main lines, and we're down into secondary and service lines, we're restoring, a couple or a few customers for every repair that we make. And I wanted to highlight that there were exceptions made, but those exceptions were made for, like, Laura Briefer. It was coordination with city officials at one municipality or another, or the emergency operations folks on Jenny Wilson's team or whomever, to say what are your priority facilities? Is it a water pump station of some kind? Is it a juvenile detention facility? Is it a school? And so we did focus on the schools. There was a push over the weekend, that first weekend after the storm, to make sure that the last 3 or 4 schools that had not been restored were restored by Monday at 8 a.m. And we did that. And that might not have happened until Wednesday at 8 a.m. Had it not been for that exception that we made to our general standard of the utilitarian approach I described before. And so those were the types of exceptions we made. It wasn't a neighborhood exception. It wasn't a powerful constituent exception. It was a what do cities prioritize? What do they need up in terms of basic facilities? Could you go to the next slide, please? So I'm about to move, so I don't have any trouble revealing where I live in this presentation. So that's what I've done. I wanted to explain some of the terms that I was just using. So the box that you see in the upper left-hand corner here is the Morton Court substation. We're all aware of it because we have been talking a lot lately about a camp that has popped up there on 7th South. And well, I'll leave that to the David Litvaks of the world to address. But that Morton Court substation is the substation out of which my home on 6th East is served. And so there's the substation, which is part of our transmission system. And then the white lines that you see are the transmission lines in my neighborhood. And the red line that I have called a main line here is the main line out of which I'm served. And it runs east and west along 8th South. It is hung on a 138 kV transmission line, but there's what we call an underbuild that is the distribution line, and that is Morton Court Circuit 12. And it serves me and all the other customers in my immediate neighborhood. Next, we have lateral lines, which are essentially radial lines that go off of that main line into the interior of the block. And so you can see how and these are actual lines. This is me looking at our system and just replicating it in a slide for you folks. So the lateral lines, and then finally there's the service drop, which I point to there, which is 40 feet long, and it runs from the distribution line, the lateral distribution line that is in my alley, to my home. And so on day one, we were focused on substations and transmission lines. On days 2 and 3 and 4, we were focused on main lines and then laterals and then service drops. And so it's kind of interesting how this works, because if a substation is restored, most of this neighborhood could come back online. But if my lateral is damaged, then I could be part of that secondary or tertiary response effort, because the substation restoration isn't going to solve my problem. It's a more localized problem, and we're not going to get to that till later, because the damage to my lateral line is only going to affect a dozen customers or thereabouts. So I just wanted to talk to you guys through that so that you can kind of understand some of the terms I'm using. So, and especially on the next slide, if you could go to the next slide, Robert. So this is what I was describing. This is our restoration effort by 3-hour increments. So in each day, you can see that there are sort of 8 blocks here. And it shows how many customers were restored in every 3-hour period. So on day 1, we restored 110,000 customers. If you could go to the next slide, please. On day 2, we restored 66,000 customers. On days 3 through 5, an average of about 20,000 customers a day. Day 6, about 9,000 customers, and days 7 through 9, an average of 4,000 customers. If you add these up, you'll note that we're up higher than 225,000, which is the peak outage number. And that's because there could be some double counting here, as I described earlier. It could be that some of those 400 or some of those 4,000 customers restored on day 9 were also restored on day 1. But this just gives you a sense of the magnitude, about how, with the low-hanging fruit approach, the kind of utilitarian approach, we made great strides in the first few days when we were tackling the large outages, and then it sort of trickled out from there. And so I just wanted to I thought this slide was helpful. Could you go to the next slide, please? So post-recovery. So in many cases, there was damage that did not take out service for customers. Potential meter-based damage, service lines that were weighed down by a branch but not broken, but now they're hanging too low and it's not a safe condition. Damaged cross arms that are maybe hanging loose and could present the problem if there was another windstorm, but right now are just kind of a rickety condition. These are all things where we're going back out now into the field and checking for all of these types of conditions and then ordering service accordingly. And it looks like Councilmember Johnston has left Councilmember Rogers' office and is now at City Hall. I can't. he's jumping around, he's teleporting. So this is the kind of work that we're doing now. And I also, on this slide, as I was reviewing these before jumping on the call, I realized I probably should have mentioned, and I will mention now, that we also were focused. I mean, we were out there engaged with a lot of downed trees. And so I think we knew as well as anyone, or better, that the extent of the damage. And so we reached out to Tree Utah. I'm on the board of Tree Utah, and reached out to the city and helped launch the Retree SLC campaign, and made a pretty big donation to help kickstart that campaign. And so we feel good about that, and hopefully those dollars will help get some of these, some of the parks that we know and love so well, get them replanted starting this fall and then into next spring. And so I hope to see some of you guys at some of those plantings, because they're really fun. Next slide. So takeaways, opportunities for improvement. The list is a lot longer than this, I will assure you, but a lot of it is sort of internal company ease and wouldn't be that helpful. But an event of this magnitude, I think, highlights to you what you could do better in terms of communication to customers around estimated restoration times. Some of it is just, you know, on a given Tuesday in June when you might have 3 or 5 outages across the system, it's a lot easier to be a lot more exact on a restoration time than when you've got this kind of massive outage where everyone on the system has an interest in an update. And so we were bombarded. And I think we've taken a step back to saying, how can we make this perform better and be more accurate in real time? And so we're working on improving our mobile outage application. We've got a pilot pulled together already that we're testing. And so we're hoping that that will be more useful the next time we have an event close to this magnitude. We're working with our call center on real-time automated text, phone, and email communications. We had a couple of issues, I think, where Rachel Otto reached out to me because a police officer or a few police officers had been sitting for half a day babysitting a downed distribution line that was presumed to be hot. And that's not ideal, obviously. When our folks are scattered around the valley trying to make repairs, there will be some down lines that we can't attend to in the first 6 hours or a day and a half even in an event like this. And so I wish I could speak better to what this Wire Watcher program is. I assume it's like, I reached out about that and they didn't get back to me, but I will follow up with you. But essentially, apparently we've had it before, and it's a program where we train folks to serve that role, to essentially be on site, to know how to advise about safety, and to play that part in an emergency situation like this so that the first responders who we need really out there doing their jobs are not wasting their time sitting on a down line. We have a critical customer list that we realized had some gaps in it. In other words, we were scrambling with the county to understand what their goals were and their locations were for warming shelters. Well, that's not something that we would rather know in advance, that if an event affects areas A and D and Q, that we know where the warming shelters are. And we don't have to scramble to figure that out with the municipality or with the county. And so that's some work that we need to do, because customers call us and they ask us what their restoration time is, and then they ask us where they can go to stay warm or to be safe. And it took longer than we would have liked to get those responses to them. And then also just adding things like detention centers. I mean, they weren't really on our radar. You know, hospitals were, schools were, but detention facilities were not. And so making sure that that list is what it needs to be, is robust and comprehensive, that's a priority of ours. And then we've got a lot of internal improvements that we're focused on to our IT systems for tracking and displaying outages in real time. One thing that I've been meaning to talk to folks about is, you all were probably very familiar with the map that we had, where you could go onto our outage page and see those red circles that were sized according to the outage size, and zoom in on your neighborhoods, and it was pretty granular. And I wish when I was putting together this presentation that I had a snapshot of that map, essentially from every midnight over the course of a 10-day period or something. Those maps are all real time, as are our internal outage maps. And so I don't have any way to reproduce those now to talk to you about the phasing. Instead, I've just got these line charts, which don't really speak to your specific districts. And so I'm hopeful that we can improve that going forward as well. And I've got a couple of more slides. And before we go to the next slide, let me just explain what they are. I put together a presentation that addressed the outage in a way that made sense to me. And then I got a series of questions from Nick that were very thoughtful. And generally speaking, my presentation addressed them, but in some cases, it had not. And so I just included his questions in kind of a Q&A, couple of slides, and I've got responses. And we can talk through those. I don't want to read my responses. They're the one part of, but I just want to talk through them. And some of the questions were about equity. And so if you could go to the next slide, please. Well, so the first question I have here is about underground power lines and the pros and cons. And this is something that we've gone on and on about. I've had conversations with many of you about this issue. The fact of the matter is, for an event like this, it's absolutely the case that there would have been many fewer outages if our entire distribution system had been underground. I don't know if that would be true if, probably I don't know if that'd be true in an earthquake situation. But yeah, there would have been fewer outages. But the outages that would have occurred would have been much more difficult to repair. So the value of an overhead system is you can quickly identify a problem and quickly fix it. And when your facilities are underground, it's very difficult to pinpoint where the problem is, and it's very difficult and costly to repair. And so it's sort of a trade-off. And we could argue until we're blue in the face about whether one system is better than another, but the fact is it's mostly a question of legacy. Even if we decided that we'd all prefer a totally underground distribution system, you can't snap your fingers and replace what you have without tripling customers' rates. And so sort of a question of legacy. It's also a question of just what is easier to fix. What infrastructure improvements are we considering to improve the resiliency of the grid? So we make major investments every year. Our biggest capital budget on any given year is addressing problems on our system. And we do that by, there's a compliance regime that the National Electric Safety Code kind of says you have to maintain your system in the following way. And we put together a plan that speaks to every type of equipment we have on the system, whether it's a pole or a transmission or a transformer or a piece of substation equipment. And we go out and we inspect the equipment every so often. Certain types of equipment get inspected every 3 years, certain every 5, certain every 10. And we test for a wood pole, for example, we actually test we have a way to test for the strength of a pole. And we do that. And generally, a pole that might be a candidate for replacement is probably an old pole. That correlates with age. But if there was a pole that was somehow faulty or flawed, some flaw in the wood itself, our tests would identify that even if it occurred 10 years out. So it's not just a pure age-based replacement schedule, but we're constantly investing in replacing those assets. And we replace those assets in a way that is totally blind to geography. It's if piece of equipment type A exhibits these characteristics, we replace it, period. There are some exceptions to this rule, and that is, an example of which is this. We just filed a wildland fire protection plan with the Public Service Commission in June. It got approved a week or two ago. And that's just wholesale replacement of lines that are in our fire high consequence areas with newer lines that are less subject to fire risk. And so there are instances where we do a wholesale replacement of a line, but typically a given distribution line has some equipment on it that's a year old, some equipment on it that's 5 years old, some equipment on it that's 25 years old. And so that's how we replace. We replace according to assessments of what's likely to fail. Next slide, please. Do we have a plan to ensure equity among customers as we invest in infrastructure? And so this is an interesting one. We don't have a proactive plan, the object of which is correcting equity problems that we perceive. Instead, we have a socioeconomic, we have a totally blind system of investment that is truly focused on the facilities themselves. We check, in a given year, we will check every transformer that is between the ages of, 20 and 27 years old, and we'll go out and check all of them. And if they exhibit certain characteristics, we'll replace them. If they don't, we don't. And so it is equitable in that it is blind, it is totally neutral, but it is not a program that seeks to achieve some equity objective that we have discerned, if that makes sense. So, you know, but it is true, and this is the last sentence of my response here, that there are some things that have the potential to drive outages that are beyond our control. So if in one area, the trees are particularly well watered and well maintained, they've got a strong root system, and they have fewer branches that are dying or dead, then the same event in that neighborhood, you know, that's where the trees are well maintained, could have less of an impact than in a neighborhood where they're less well maintained. And that's something that's beyond our control, and we just respond in a way, you know, in a restoration approach that we believe is fair and kind of utilitarian. And there may be one more question, I'm not sure. Could you go to the next slide, please? Are we aware of service level differences between neighborhoods? The answer to that question is there are service level differences between every individual meter. And it has to do with location with respect to substations and transmission lines, but also location in terms of, are you in the foothill neighborhood where you only have, you know, you only have neighboring electrical circuit to your west, whereas where in my neighborhood, I've got neighboring electrical circuits on all sides. So if my circuit goes down, we could restore from 5 or 6 different adjacent circuits. Whereas if you're in a neighborhood in Councilmember Dugan's area, you might not have so many restoration options. And, you know, it's a sort of a question of redundancy. So yeah, there are service level differences between neighborhoods, but they don't have anything to do with our maintenance or investment program. They have everything to do with system topology, geography. And so I think that was the last question. And then before I pause for questions, I will just say that Chair, that Mr. Wharton here has asked me to also address our North Temple redevelopment plans, and I've got 3 slides to do that if we have time, or I can just let you guys review those on your own and follow up with any questions you may have. So there are a couple of slides on that, but before we get to those, or if there are any questions for me.
Well, I'm a little concerned about time, so let me see if there are questions first. Trying to look through. Okay. Oh, Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jeff. I think on the whole, I'll just say compared to maybe another utility I'm familiar with, you have very few power outages. So I can't fault you for the effort and the work that your crews do to keep things up and running at a high percentage of the time. The question I have, I think we've talked about previously, was the decisions about, in substations, the decisions about substation prioritization in a mass outage like this, which hopefully is rare, but it seems to be twice a year now, is made based on highest impact by number of customers. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and I will say that one substation might serve 20,000 customers, and another substation might serve 10. But that's not it's not necessarily the case that outages affecting both of them would affect more customers at the sub serving 20,000. Because there are multiple circuits out of each sub. A substation being down, it could be partially down. So just because you are served by the sub with 10,000 customers as opposed to 20,000 customers doesn't mean you'll be on the wrong side of that prioritization every time. It's totally circumstantial.
Well, yeah, and I understand that piece is pretty complex based on the nature of the lines and so forth. My question is, has there been research into the nature of the system, the grid itself, and differences across the city? I think anecdotally, it feels like in the wind outage at least, it wasn't uniform which areas got restored and which didn't quickly. And some areas on all parts of the city lasted a week, and some areas didn't. But it's then an analysis of the grid itself and looking at differences that may not be intentional but may be real at this point, where certain neighborhoods will more likely be down longer based on all those circumstances kind of combined.
I mean, and we talked about this at length during the storm, and it's a challenging question. I mean, there were major outages in Rose Park, for example, that affected a large percentage of the customers in that area. But they were restored after maybe 4 days. The vast majority of them in Rose Park, 4 or 5 days. There were other neighborhoods. I mean, sort of east side neighborhoods, for example, Federal Heights, the Upper Avenues, Yale Crest, where it took twice as long. And it might not have been as many customers. In fact, that's probably why it took twice as long. There were also topographical issues, right? We had to replace 5 or 6 poles in the Upper Avenues, and it was difficult to replace them because of the slopes and some of the rocky conditions. In Yale Crest, they're the sort of, I don't know if you would describe them as ravines, but like where the creeks come through, where that made it very challenging because there's incredibly dense tree cover and there were a ton of trees lost. So I think it depends on what is driving the outage and how that matches with the physical characteristics of the neighborhood. But there's no reason to assume, and we could look into this, but there's no reason to assume that in one neighborhood, in fact, there's every reason to assume that this is not the case, that in one neighborhood there would be more equipment likely subject to failure than in any other neighborhood because of that replacement regime that is purely compliance driven and is neutral. So we really should have a system where in a given neighborhood there is as much 5-year-old equipment as there is 55-year-old equipment.
Do you have data on that though? Do you have data on that?
I will pursue the question for you and follow up and see if there's any way that we could, and I'm sure there's something that we could, if we put a few smart people in a room, how can we search for various types of equipment and get a sense of that? But it'd be a project, and we don't have anything like that we keep at hand. That it's not a statistic that I could readily pull. But
I
that's not to
understand.
say that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying it's not a statistic that we have ready at hand, but we could put some thought into it and try to get you something, and then bounce it off you and see if it is responsive to what you're after. And as I said, I think when we talked a few weeks ago, it's worthy of pursuit, but it's just not something that we have.
I appreciate that, and I thank any effort you do towards that. I think in our experience, and I'm able to speak from my experience, disparities aren't necessarily intentional at this point, but they may be historic and they may be unintentional. We just don't see them because we're not looking for them necessarily. So one of my concerns has been equity is not necessarily doing the same thing across the city. It's identifying places like you identified, rest homes, major infrastructure that needs to be addressed first for the good of the whole city. I think there's other pieces in that could be identified if that was a priority, as far as particular neighborhoods that may not have the resource to handle a large outage for a long period of time versus the neighborhood may. Those are tricky questions. I'm not saying that that's something that you can solve yourself, but I think if we're not looking at it, if we're not willing to look at it, I don't think we're going to see it anyway.
Yeah, I understood. And we're, as you guys know, I mean, I think that this is something that we all understand in an intuitive way about a power company, is that if we don't invest in a neighborhood, then shame on us. if we do invest in a neighborhood, whenever we invest in a neighborhood, then the investment, typically an investment means bigger stuff, right? And so then we get beat up for making the investment. So we're sort of between a rock and a hard place. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and that if you're not looking for a problem, or if you're not looking through a certain lens, you're not going to see, there are certain things that you are going to be unable to see. So point taken, and we will have the conversation.
Other questions, council members? Okay. So we've got a little bit of extra time. Jeff, do you want to just take us really briefly through the last 3 slides that you have about what?
Yeah, and let's not even bother with the slides, Robert. I don't think I need them. I'll just give you the high level. So Berkshire Hathaway Energy, I mean, this is just sort of what prompted this. They have a lot of companies under their umbrella, as I was describing earlier, in a different context, and they put out some new sort of guidelines for how they wanted us to rework our office spaces, headquarters, service stations, everything, to be more kind of modern, to better serve our customers and our employees. And nothing about our current building, which is sort of a Frankenstein monster of a building, could meet those standards. And so we started to think, well, should we move to a green field? We've got a really nice call center building that we put out in West Valley. There's some vacant land around that. Maybe we should just build a new headquarters out there. But then people like me internally were saying, well, no, the North Temple site is just such a gem. In terms of infrastructure availability, there's 2 interstates, there's the airport, we're so close to downtown, there are the track stations. And those of us who were interested in the North Temple site, we won the day. And so we're going to reinvest in this site. Robert has shared the slide. It's a 105-acre site. It's quite large. And many of you probably don't know that there is a West Temple out there, but there is, and we own it. It's a private, it runs from Redwood Road to the river there. And the last portion of it that is not our parcel is actually a railroad line. And so a lot of this area is underutilized. It's it's downtown prime real estate in some sense, and yet we use vast expanses of it to lay down extra power poles and stuff where they could be stored elsewhere, not right on a tracks line. And so we started to think, well, how would we go about rebuilding our headquarters here? And we think there's an opportunity for the city. We think there's an opportunity for our employees. And so what we decided to do was to put together a request for qualifications to kind of describe the conditions of the site, describe what we'd like to do with it, which is essentially a mixed use community with all different types of uses, green space, potentially transit facilities, expanded transit facilities for the city, and with a priority of making it as sustainable, potentially emissions free or all electric as we can. And so we're essentially reaching out for a development partner who could come in, partner with us beginning in 2022 on rebuilding an office facility for us. And by the way, that office facility would serve not just Rocky Mountain Power employees, but potentially we would consolidate other Berkshire Hathaway Energy functions along the Wasatch Front. So for example, Berkshire Hathaway owns Kern River Gas, which is down in Cottonwood, or gosh, where is that? It's like right when you get off at 215 to go to Alta. What is that area called?
Cottonwood Heights.
Right, Cottonwood Heights. So Kern River, potentially, some gas properties that we have. So we would potentially grow our employee work base here. We'll consolidate our call center from West Valley City here. And so we'll go from 400 or 500 employees to maybe 700 or 800 employees. And then potentially over a 10 or 15-year period, we build out the entire site in partnership with the developer. One issue that will be front of mind for folks who spend a lot of time in this area is we've got a natural gas power plant here. And we will continue to have it for about 12 more years, according to our current integrated resource plan. That is called, it's the Gadsby plant. There's an old coal plant that was converted to gas, and then there's a new gas peaker plant as well. And both of those plants, currently their depreciable lives go through 2032. And no part of this development plan contemplates that changing. And so just by nature of that fact, the focus in the initial 5, 6, 7 years of development will all be on the North Temple frontage. And then once Gadsby is retired, it'll be South Temple and below. And so that's kind of our focus. And we have been in discussions with the city. We feel like our goals and wishes for the site generally are consistent with those of the city, and to the extent that they can be more consistent or that we can partner in some way, we're totally open to that. It's kind of a blank slate at this point, except our priorities, which is better serving our customers, better serving our employees, and being a good partner with the city. So I think that about covers it, unless anyone has any questions for me.
Any additional questions on that? Obviously this is a large and ongoing process, so I think, we would love to have you back to talk more about this project or the first phases of it specifically. But do council members have any questions about sort of this initial introduction? Okay, I don't see any. So Jeff, thanks so much for being with us and for your detailed presentation and answering those questions.
Thank you. I enjoyed it, and talk to you guys soon.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Moving on to agenda item number 5, which is an informational update on the public lands master plan. And with us for this, we have Allison Rowland from the council office, Christian Riker, Deputy Director of Public Lands, Nancy Monteith, the landscape architect, and Anna Laybourne, the consultant from Design Workshop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
I can give a little bit of introduction and context if you'd like, and then we can ask the public services folks to take it away.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is an update on the community engagement strategy that the Public Services Department, and specifically within that, the divisions of Parks, Trails and Natural Lands, and Urban Forestry, has developed for the city's public lands master plan process. The full process is anticipated to last about 18 months. As you may recall, the council received a briefing in early March on the Public Lands Needs Assessment, which is the document and the research that helps set the baseline for the master plan. I had to look this up because I don't really remember anything that happened before mid-March, but it is there. You did do it. The council also allocated $150,000 to start the development of this master plan. As you mentioned, the department hired a consultant, Design Workshop, to assist with this effort, and Anna probably, Laybourne is here representing them. And then just by way of reminder as well, this update is meant to comply with the council's Resolution 14 of 2020, which declares city council policy and objectives for preparing master plans. So the team anticipates, the public services team anticipates providing additional updates to the council as the project moves along. And today's update focuses in large part on community engagement strategy. So with that, I would hand it over to my colleagues if they're ready to go.
Thanks, Allison. So I'm going to go ahead and let Nancy share her screen. And there we go. Okay. Perfect. Thanks, Allison and Council Chair and Council members for having us here today. We're super excited to present this to you. Today we're providing our first brief to Council on the development of Salt Lake City's Public Lands Master Plan. We've branded it Reimagine Nature. As many of you probably already know from your attendance in city council meetings or the signs that we've posted in our parks, we are in the process of developing the citywide master plan in collaboration with Design Workshop, and we've done a lot of public engagement up to this point. The presentation and materials we have prepared here for you and on the website provide a foundation of information for the public to reimagine the future of Salt Lake City public lands and the nature in our city that enhances the quality of our lives every day. Okay. In appreciation for Salt Lake City's trails, natural areas, city parks, and urban forest, visitation at these public locations has increased since COVID-19. Now more than ever, the spotlight is showing how our public lands continue to contribute to our personal health, community identity, and civic ideals. It's as the 2019 Public Lands Needs Assessment found, there is a real opportunity to address parks and natural lands as essential elements for better air quality, climate change mitigation, energy efficiency, and environmental justice. Reimagine Nature will identify specific, meaningful projects and initiatives that align with public lands values of stewardship, livability, and equity. The 3 values guide how we can reimagine nature together to increase biodiversity, the richness of different kinds of plants and animals in our public lands, while finding new ways to connect people to green spaces. So on May 19th, 2020, Resolution 14 of 2020, declaring City Council policy and objectives for preparing master plans was passed by City Council. The resolution outlines policies for City Council input to be included early in the process so that it can be incorporated into broad community outreach efforts. The draft of this resolution was made available to Public Lands in early February after the planning, preparation, scoping process, and consultant selection was completed. In early spring of 2020, Public Lands began working with Design Workshop to start the master plan process and invited council participation. We're super grateful to have Allison Rowland as our council representative on our leadership team for the master plan and welcome any council member involvement or input in the process. This table here shows where Public Lands is in our process in relation to the policy for briefing council and ensuring their involvement. Our next briefing is scheduled for the first council meeting in January and will provide an overview of the public engagement results. Okay, this map shows the extent of the public land system and the master plan study area. It's a reflection of the 2019 needs assessment, which included a citywide mail survey showing our existing conditions. Trails and natural lands include over 70 miles of existing trails indicated as a solid yellow line and 129 miles of proposed trails indicated as dashed yellow lines. The division also provides 1,694 acres of natural lands and 6,423 acres of foothills natural area in a collaborative management zone indicated through the red color and hatches. The Parks Division manages 735 acres of parks indicated in teal blue and include a variety of outdoor spaces from 32 mini parks, 19 neighborhood parks, 15 community parks, 2 regional parks, the regional athletic complex with 16 outdoor sports fields, 3 special event parks, and the 121 acre city cemetery. The master plan effort will look for synergies between public lands and city-owned green spaces, including golf. Urban Forestry cares for 86,500 public trees that are highlighted in olive green in this map. And I know this is a lot of information. It's a lot to also manage. The scope of our work is large, but this information is available to you in a snapshot form, and it should be in your staff packet.
So we just completed our first window of engagement. It was open from August 26th until October 14th. And through that, during that window, we administered digital surveys. We had 21 pop-up events, 6 micro-engagement events, and 17 community presentations. That really totaled up to over 7,000 touches with the community and 4,400 digital surveys that we're just starting to look at. One of the things that we really wanted to do since we were starting this project post-COVID is think of ways to reach out to the community, and that's why we did the pop-up events, also trailside snacks. So at the trailheads, we intercepted people as they entered the site. And then we created a bike trailer with information so that we could capture people as they were using our trails and natural spaces. The micro-engagement focus groups really looked at reaching out to traditionally underrepresented groups, and we had 6 of those, and the feedback that we got during those meetings was really rich. And then we presented to community councils, boards, and committees. So as we start to filter through this data, we'll be reaching out to our community stakeholders, over 200 of which expressed enthusiasm in collaborating with us as we develop our project ideas. One of the things that really helped us broaden our reach during this time of COVID, but also to put a real face on the project, is we collaborated with the University of Utah and Dr. Ivis Garcia's class on community engagement and planning. And her students, as they are all wearing their Reimagine Nature t-shirts, went out into our public spaces and solicited responses to our surveys on a one-on-one basis. And we found that it really did extend the reach beyond those who maybe are more comfortable with existing city channels. So the benefits, it increased access to the information in the survey, and it helped us think more about stewardship, livability, and equity. We'll continue to collaborate with Dr. Garcia and her students through the extent of our project, so next semester. 2 of the goals or the metrics that we established for this project were, one was to reach 10% of the adult population, or 10,000 for the project. And I think we'll hopefully get there by the end. We touched 7,000 at this point. And then we strive to get a response rate that reflects our geographic and ethnic demographics. Another goal that we had was to provide multiple avenues to provide input that includes alternatives to digital engagement. And here you can see sort of the response rate with the public survey being the digital survey. The Intercept survey were the same questions, but it was one-on-one with students in our spaces. And then the Salt Lake City demographics on the end. One of the things is we continue to review survey responses throughout the engagement window, and we were able to make some adaptations to our pop-up events and where we focused in order to boost response rates in underrepresented areas. So over the next 2 months, we'll be analyzing the survey data and open-ended responses for emerging themes. And we'll be having small group discussions with the community stakeholders and partners. And then we'll be taking the lessons learned from this first window and developing a plan for engagement in window 2, which is planned for March of 2021.
Hi there, this is Anna Labor from Design Workshop, and I'm going to be sharing only a few of the preliminary survey results since the survey only closed this last Thursday. And we'll be back to share a full report on all the engagement findings in a couple of months. Conducting the survey from the end of August until just this past week was special timing that we capitalized on to better understand how COVID might have changed park and trail use. Starting this past spring, anecdotally, it seemed like parks were busy and more people were visiting parks close to home. And these findings really back up those observations. For 43% of survey participants saying that they're using parks more often in this year compared to previous, that's really significant. And the same goes for 41% in trail use increase. We also found in those Intercept interviews where we were in the parks, with the 537 responses to those, there was even greater percentage of folks that said that they were using parks more often, with 53% saying that they had increased their park use in the last year. Well, we find this info helpful in expressing how essential parks and trails are, the important role they're playing in people's lives during this public health crisis, and the demands and expectations placed on Salt Lake City's public lands. We asked in the survey questions for the public about what they thought was the most impactful actions to address in these 4 categories: stewardship, daily practices, funding, and livability. And out of a long list of initial action ideas that we put out there, we received the most support for the ones you see on the screen, with at least 50% of respondents supporting these individual actions. People supplied many, many more ideas for us to consider and use to refine this list of actions. Our next step is to synthesize and evaluate these additional ideas and turn those ideas into well thought out strategies. And Nancy, if you want to go to the next slide, we anticipate the public lands master plan including up to 10 transformational projects. And the transformational projects are intended to be tangible, with clear physical manifestations that will excite the Sorry, my phone disconnected. Can you hear me okay?
We can't now, but we missed you for a bit.
Okay, why don't I go back and talk about this one a little bit, since I'm not sure when quite lost you.
Like 15 seconds. Go back like that, about that long.
Okay. All right. Well, we asked the questions of the public about what they thought was most impactful actions to address in these 4 categories. Many, many more ideas were given to us to consider and use to refine these actions. Our next step is to synthesize and evaluate these additional ideas and turn the ideas into well thought out strategies. If you want to go to the next slide. We anticipate the public lands master plan including up to 10 transformational projects. The transformational projects are intended to be tangible, with clear physical manifestations that will excite the public, that they can see outcomes from these investments. We included in the survey a list of 7 diverse projects as a starting point to test. Some have been floated out there for a while. Some were formed from needs that had previously been identified in the 2019 statistically valid survey. And some portions of the work have already been started, but there needs to be significant funding to complete over many years. You can see from some of these high levels of support, such as for Salt Lake City's Emerald Ribbon, Trails to Mountains to Lakes, and reimagining many neighborhood parks, that we have some good direction to further elaborate on these ideas and create a vision for these projects in the coming months. We were able to garner hundreds of additional ideas for projects. Next steps are to review writing comments and engage stakeholders and selected groups to refine the list and come back in January to share an initial list of considerations. And today we're hoping from council members to give us some heads up on any transformational projects your constituents would support and appreciate seeing in this plan, or any projects that would support initiatives that you have going on that we could add to this list. So we can follow up with you in one-on-one meetings to further capture your ideas.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, and so along with briefing you along the way, as you see in that next steps slide, we'd encourage you to support this project through sharing it with your constituents, but we want to turn it back over to you to understand how you might reimagine nature.
Thank you. Council members, questions? Yay, everyone seems, everyone's happy, everyone's clapping. Councilmember Johnston.
Were you asking if you wanted feedback on specific projects, or is that a longer term discussion after today? I think we lost her.
Anna, are you there? You're on mute.
So the way we hope to approach that is, if today you have some heads up on that list of transformational projects, of things you'd like to see, that can help us. But we anticipate that if you do have some ideas, you might need to meet with us one-on-one and get into a little more detail about what those look like. But in conclusion, we'll be taking this list of 7, modifying it based on additional feedback we're going to hear from the community, refine it, and come back to you in January with that list for you to help us refine and to go through and more critique what's on that list. But for today, if there's anything you want to give us a heads up about, that would be helpful.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think my feedback for today would be I'm impressed by the improvement in the public outreach, particularly on underrepresented communities. I think we can always do better, and we will do better, I'm sure. But the efforts to do the pop-up and the intercept sort of meetings is a huge improvement, and so I want to give them all credit for that effort. The feedback I think I would give as far as the transformational projects, I think you've identified a few of them, but I think connecting a lot of our resources together for the urban green space or trails, east-west particularly, is something that would be a huge benefit for the equity discussion, for transportation, all those kind of things. So I love to see that in the Jordan River on there.
Councilmember Rogers.
Would appreciate a meeting so that we could talk about transformational projects. So, and I'm fine doing that with a couple other council members to make it small.
Yeah. Councilmember Mono, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Oh, I was just saying I'd love to meet as well in a small group.
Okay. My only question is, how does this fit into the transit or the public lands master plans that we've already put in place? Like, did we, like, for example, the trails plan, does this, how does this interface with that?
Right. So thanks, council member, for that that comment. Those will be because the Foothill Trails Master Plan and the Cemetery Master Plan, those areas are have such unique and detailed needs. Those will complement this, and those are certainly areas that we've asked Design Workshop to look at when they're putting this together, and they're very familiar with those plans as well as other city plans, Plan Salt Lake, and those types of things. So all of that information will contribute to our master plan, but this being an overall plan, a 10-year plan for all of the public lands is a little more broad and will encompass those other more detailed plans.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much, Allison and Kristen and Anna and Nancy for being here for this discussion and for the information.
Thank you.
So council members, we are at item 6 on our agenda, which is a tentative break, and we're a little bit ahead of time. So let's go ahead and just break it until the time that we had allotted, which is until 4:10. So that gives everybody a little bit extra time than what we had originally planned on. Or wait, no, I'm sorry. If everyone can come back at 4:10 instead of breaking at 4:10, that'll give us a little more than 20 minutes. So see everybody at 4:10. started. We're at item number 7 on our agenda, which is a street vacation near 800 North and Warm Springs Road. And with us, we have Brian Fulmer, from the City Council office, Sarah Javaranik, Senior Planner, and John Anderson, Planning Manager. Sorry, Sarah, if I mispronounced it again. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, this is a proposal to close a portion of the 800 North right-of-way near Warm Springs Road, which is 700 West. It was the ramp to a former I-15 overpass on the east side of the freeway, which was removed during reconstruction of the freeway in the mid-2000s. And the subject property is slightly larger than 1 acre. The applicant's company owns adjacent property to the north and proposes dividing the vacated property with a property owner to the south of the subject property if the council votes to vacate the right-of-way. The adjacent property owner to the south agrees with this proposal. If vacated by the council, the property would be sold at market value, which as of this August was approximately $225,000, and those funds would go into the surplus land fund. This is on tonight's consent agenda to set public hearing dates for December 1st and December 8th. And now I will turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. Could I have the presenter, or can you put up my presentation? Thanks. Let me get it here really quick. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. So I'll probably repeat a little bit of what Brian just said, but thank you. This is a proposal to vacate an approximately 1.125 acre area of the 800 North right-of-way, where there was previously an overpass over I-15 that led from 800 West to Warm Springs Road. You can see on this aerial photo the proposed area to be vacated in blue. Warm Springs Road is shown on the east or the right, and then I-15 is shown to the west. On the west side, you can see where the Rose Park Community Center was constructed in the location where the overpass is located. And then in this 1999 aerial, you can see the conditions when the overpass was still in existence. As far as the existing conditions right now, on the left, this is facing east towards Warm Springs Road, and then on the right is facing west towards I-15. For street vacations, there are several key considerations for the City Council for this proposal. The first is state code, and there must be good cause for the vacation. No members of the public or persons will be materially injured by it. As far as city master plans, the Capitol Hill Master Plan was completed before the reconstruction of I-15 in the early 2000s, and it does not discuss this overpass. It does discourage the expansion of industrial land in the neighborhood. However, the parcel has industrial land to the north, the east, and south, and then I-15 is located to the west. The proposal is consistent with the city's 1990 urban design element, since there is a potential public benefit with the sale of the right-of-way. And it's also consistent with Plan Salt Lake, since it would assist an employer and allow for the expansion of their property. The city ownership is limited to the right-of-way, and there are small sections to the north and south that are owned by UDOT or considered part of their right-of-way, and they have expressed a willingness to sell this property to the applicant. Additionally, the applicant is agreeable to a public utility easement in the vacated area, and this would be put in place at the time of disposition. As for number 4, city policy, the proposed vacation is consistent with the adopted city policy on street closures and vacations. Since it would not deny access, the city would obtain fair market value for the property, and the sale of the property provides a public benefit, and the option to vacate the right-of-way would be a less burdensome and simpler process than maintaining a long-term lease. And that concludes staff's presentation. Questions?
Questions from council members?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thanks, Sarah. Who requested vacation and what is it for again?
It's the property owner to the north, Granite Construction. They've requested the vacation, and I believe the applicant is here as well if you have questions for him.
Okay. And do you know what use they will have for this piece of land?
They want to expand the use that they have to the north for their yard.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
Can we put a deed restriction on the land saying that no billboards can be built on it?
I don't know. I mean, state law is so strict and so protective over billboards. I mean, we certainly have ordinances in place that govern where they can be located. I know there's some in this area and there's a distance factor. I don't know exactly where that is, but I certainly, it wouldn't be surprised if they already have too many along I-15 because they're already trying to find spaces to put them in. Or like legal ones that they can move. They can't add additional ones, but they do have the right to move those that are already existing. We could dig a little bit further into that though.
That's just my question, because I know there's a lot of questions in that area about relocating signs, and I'm wondering if this is a power play for a billboard or something like that. I just want to make sure that it's not used for future billboard proliferation. So,
Council member, this is Paul Nielsen. If this is our property, we're selling it, we can put whatever restrictions we want on it, provided that the purchaser still wants to buy the property after those restrictions are placed on it.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, I have a question, and forgive me if you already explained this and I just missed it, but with like an alley vacation, there's very specific processes under which it's determined who is allowed to acquire or purchase the property. In this case, is it just an adjacent property owner can request to purchase it from us, not like it has to be split halfway down between the north and the south property or whichever subdivision it was originally part of or something like that? Can you explain that process with a street?
Sure, it is a little bit different in that the city council has a policy on street vacations and the enclosures, but generally it follows the same process where the property owner initiates the process, and it goes to the property owner to the south and the property owner to the north. In this instance, with the shape of the city's right-of-way and the property that UDOT acquired when I-15 was constructed, it worked a little bit differently. But I know the applicant has been working with UDOT to acquire those portions as well. There are small little areas where the ramp would have gone, and that was also owned by UDOT.
I guess my question is, it looks like the property owner to the north is requesting this street vacation. Is the property owner does the property owner to the south have the option of purchasing half of that land like they would if it was an alley, or it's just whoever asks first?
I believe they have that opportunity.
This is the applicant, Mark Greenwood of Granite Construction. I could answer a little bit into that as well. So we've talked with the property owner to the southwest. They're a directional boring company. Our original intent was to purchase the entire thing, but they had expressed interest in purchasing the other half. So we're fine with that. So that's the current plan. So.
Okay.
Okay, so it will be purchased by both adjacent property owners, split, I guess, down the middle.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then I just wanted to say, I think Councilmember Rogers' question is a valid one, and I'd like the answer to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so as far as our intent for the property, is that the question?
That was just a statement to reaffirm that question, but I guess if you have additional, I don't know if Mr. Chair, you want the applicant to answer that.
As far as signs, we have no intention of placing anything there, but if the city wants to ensure that nothing is placed there, we're not opposed to any type of restriction on the deed as far as removing any ability to place a sign there. That's not a problem. So.
Okay. Any other questions?
Council, Mr. Chair. Then I reiterate my question for the applicant. Now that we know that there's going to be two owners, not one, not just one, or the proposal is not just one by one owner, but sorry, by one applicant, but two applicants. However, that split is going to be. What is it? What are you guys? What is the applicant proposing in terms of land use? Says land uses in this case, if there's going to be two new owners.
Yeah, that's a good question. So our current use on the north side of that current street closure application is just storage of construction equipment. And so it would be a continuation of that use. Our big benefit from that, it was actually give us another street access on the south side of our yard instead of only on the north side. That's actually our primary intent, is to get that street access for the southern portion of our yard. And then for the property owners to the south, the directional boring company, they would just use that as additional equipment storage as well. So.
Thank you.
And then one other portion, there's currently a ramp on the property as well, and we would actually grade that flat and take that material and probably just build a larger berm between us and I-15 to kind of make a more visual barrier there as well. So.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everybody, for that presentation. Let's move on to agenda item number 8, which is information about the Eccles Theater 2021 site budget.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, it's Cindy.
Yeah.
An item on the last issue. We have, we've been talking with council members about switching to have only one hearing unless the issue is significant citywide interest. This, we had tentatively scheduled for 2 hearings. Could we have the council's permission to go ahead and just schedule one on this particular issue?
Yeah, let me just straw poll that. Is everybody okay if we just do one public hearing on this? Go ahead and show your support. I'm a yes. Looks like Anna, Darren, Amy, Andrew, Dan, and James are all yeses. So yeah, that's
great. Thanks, Lillian. We'll get that changed. Thank you.
Okay, back on to item number 9, which is item number 8, which is the Eccles Theater 2020-21 budget. And with us for this, we have Matt Castillo, Acting Division Director of Arts and Culture for Salt Lake County.
Mr. Chair, I am not seeing that he's joined the meeting yet. I know that they had a county council meeting that was today as well, and maybe that is going a little long. So I don't know if the council can move to the next item and then we go back to this one. My apologies.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. So let's go, we'll take agenda items 8 and 9 out of order. And we'll do number 9, which is zoning text amendment to increase building height limits in a portion of the GNU zone, follow-up discussion. And for that, we've got Russell Weeks from the council office, Nick Norris, planning director, John Anderson, planning manager, and Molly Robinson, planning manager.
Mr. Chair, the petitioner also may be in the audience. They were anticipating doing this at 5:20. We'll see what happens.
Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Okay, let me see what number. Well, all of our other ones are also appointments. So
We could try announcements, Mr. Chair.
okay, let's do that. Let's
Okay.
skip to announcements. Item number 14.
Okay, so the first item is that the City Council and School Board Leadership Meeting is this Friday, the 23rd. And we are continuing to ask council members if you have any topics to please let staff know. So far, these are the agenda items discussing more about the RDA project areas, how that works, what benefits there would be to the school board, and then come up with a plan for further discussion with the school board to have a more refined system going forward. And then 5G cell towers on school properties. That was a request of Councilmember Mono, who has Councilmember Dugan, who has a lot of inquiries in his area from constituents concerned about that. And then a model where all teaching is remote with computer labs at school, staff with paraprofessionals, open for kids who need to come in for internet connection and help. So those are some ideas that have been suggested so far, and the school board is in the process of gathering their items. So that will be 3 city council members and 3 school board members, along with the administrations of both entities. Next item is an FYI, TANF 3, Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, Fair Park After School Program Funding Grant. They would like to request an additional FTE. This, you were notified of the grant in March 2020, and 1 new FTE was requested, but it was discovered that the grant needs a total of 2 FTEs. And so we need to alert you of that change. And I'm not sure if that will require a change in the staffing document or a formal vote in a budget opening, but you will have an opportunity to vote on it as the grant appears in the administration's grant holding transmittal, which is on tonight's consent agenda. So if anyone has a problem on that, if you could let us know or raise that at prior to the consent agenda being considered tonight. Then Wasatch Choice Workshop, November 16th. Wasatch Front Regional Council holding a series of digital workshops for elected and appointed officials to give their view on how best to address the Wasatch Choice 2050 plan during the pandemic. That's the regional plan that was adopted by Wasatch Front Regional Council, addresses transportation, land use, housing, clear through the year 2050. The date for Salt Lake City officials is November 16th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and it's a Zoom meeting. And then we'll get items or invitations sent out to council members. This is a really important thing. It's one of those things that feels like a long-term planning item that can get actually, overshadowed by current events. But this is part of how the city receives funding. So the various entities in the Valley collaborate as well as compete for funding. And so this is the heart of that opportunity. And an example is that the Foothill area, Foothill Drive, and the project going on at the University of Utah Research Park. How do you get the transportation aspect caught up with the development aspect, that type of thing. So there's so many issues that affect the city, it's very important to participate in. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have my announcement, which I just scrolled away from. Okay. That to review the changes to our formal meeting tonight. So based on the feedback that we received from people who wanted to speak at a scheduled hearing, we're going to go back to our older format where public hearings will be held individually in the order on the agenda, followed by a general comment session later in the meeting. So I hope that that will help with our meeting flow and for the public to be able to have access. I know that I've gotten emails from residents, and I think they've been sent to the full council, some of them about residents who tried to call in on a specific hearing item, and we're waiting several hours on the line, and then they couldn't give their feedback because they couldn't stay longer on the line. And interestingly, we talked to Katie about this, and we actually, the hearing items that are listed, we have a legal duty to make sure that we give public access to comment on those items because they're noticed up, whereas general comment is, we have like more ability to regulate that. And so I think it's more important that we meet that legal duty. So does anyone have any questions about changing that format or going back to the old format? Okay, great. And now, sorry, I'm just coordinating to try and see which item we're going to go.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I know that we've been messaging everyone, but I believe the county staff are here now. They're just in the attendees. And so if our staff could bump them up to panelists, if you would like to go to that item, they're here.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to agenda item number 8, Eccles Theater.
Hi, this is Holly Yoakum. Can you hear me, Jennifer and council members?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's nice to attend your meeting virtually today, my second council meeting of the day. I think we also have Matt Castillo and Angela on the line. I thought I would just kick it off and then we'll let them actually do the budget presentation, but just wanted to thank you for taking the time to hear from us today and to present to you. I thought I'd also just give a quick overview of the theater as a whole, and then, Matt and Angela are here to present on the site budget specifically, but as Mayor Wilson made her announcement today with her budget, I thought maybe I'd give you just a quick overview at the county of what we're seeing with the theater. Unfortunately, we're not seeing much at this time. It's been some dark days there, literally, from programming. But we are excited to look to the future and look to 2021. We continue to work with our partners, Broadway Across America and Magic Space, to see when we can safely start hosting events. I'm sure you've heard we have some good news in that we will be hosting Kurt Bester in December for some events, his normal Christmas programming. But just wanted to point out to all of you that we continue to monitor the theater and all of the arts in our community, especially those that are performing artists right now, to see how we can continue to support and see when we can safely open the theaters. As you know, we are open, but unfortunately with the Broadway style and live events, we're not seeing much in the way of the theater at this time. And Mayor Wilson did present today in her budget that the county is again subsidizing next year at the tune of about $1.8 million from the general fund to continue to help preserve the staff and some of the operations there at the theater. It is the top priority for the county to help our staff and to continue to keep them employed. I know that you'll hear a little bit about this from Matt and Angela in a moment, but we have also been very fortunate that our staff are nimble and have done an amazing job taking other roles across the county. We've redeployed about, I would say on average, about 35 employees per week from arts and culture to other places in the county. Some of those are direct COVID response, working with the health department. The mayor actually today during her speech did acknowledge even one of our employees who she had the opportunity to meet with, who is an Eccles employee. Efron is his name, and he, as you know, presented to you all last year about the Arts for All program, but he has been amazing in working with us in some of our Q&I centers in the county. But again, we just continue to be nimble. We've taken several cuts, in expense to the budget. And when we can't take cuts anymore, the county has stepped up and sort of helped subsidize the operations to continue to sort of help move us forward at the Eccles Theater this year. So I look forward to a time when we can come back and give you a more positive outlook on events coming back into the theater, and hopefully we'll see that next year. But just wanted to, as we go into the county budget season and you may start getting some questions, wanted to give you a high level overview of what we're seeing at the theater. As I mentioned, we did $1.8 million for 2021. We also, back in June, did another infusion into the Eccles budget also this year. I think the total was another about $1.8 million as well. So we're looking forward to hopefully in September welcoming people into the theater again next year. So I'll turn it over to Matt and Angela, and happy to answer any questions at the end after their presentation, or if the council members have questions right now.
Sorry, if I could just jump in really quickly before Matt gets started, just to orient some of the new council members who might not be aware that the county operates on a calendar year budget and we operate on a fiscal year budget, which is why there's this sort of interesting timing with regard to the theater budget, which mirrors the county budget and our own budget cycle. So because our budget is tied into the site operations, we have this sort of, it's mid-year fiscal year for us, but it's actually just the beginning of the county's budget process. So that's why it's budget information in October, which is a little unusual for some of the new council members. So anyway, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I think you're on mute, Matt.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you to the City Council for having us today. Can everyone see the presentation that I'm now sharing, the 2021 Eccles Theater site operating budget slide?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So again, my name is Matt Castillo, and I'm the acting division director. And we also have Angela Vanderwell, who's the associate division director for Salt Lake County Arts and Culture, as well as the general manager of Eccles Theater. So the 2021 Eccles Theater site operating budget was approved by the UPACA board in September of this year. And Eccles Theater site, if everyone here isn't familiar, it encompasses several areas of Eccles Theater, including Regent Street Black Box, the McCarthy Plaza, Tanner Lounge, and the Winter Garden in the lobby. So I will first start by handing things off to Angela Vanderwell, who will just provide a general overview of what's been going on at Eccles Theater since we last updated the council. Let's see.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly recap highlights of the momentum we were experiencing as we left 2019 and entered 2020, how things have paused, and what we're anticipating for Eccles site spaces in 2021. In 2019, we saw a 57% increase from the previous year in the number of site space bookings. As we entered 2020, we had just completed the second annual Eccles Theater Holiday Public Art Installation, which is a community engagement program where we host a large-scale lit, non-traditional holiday public art piece. That happens mid-November through early January in the Grand Lobby. On March 12th, 2020, the Tin Angel restaurant at the Eccles Theater closed with the overall theater closure. Tin Angel had just successfully opened 6 months prior in September of 2019. That restaurant currently remains closed, and the owners intend to reopen when we see touring Broadway presentations and the live popular entertainment series resume in Delta Hall, which we're expecting to happen mid to late 2021. Our Regent Street Black Box residency program launched in July of 2019. Quickly thereafter, the UPACA board approved and we welcomed 3 resident organizations into the program. Those were Sting and Honey Company, Jack's Theater Company, and Utah Classical Guitar. Our 2020 residents scheduled programming for the Black Box is currently on hold due to the health and safety distancing requirements that are currently in place, which allows us to seat just 15 to 20% of the house. Or for the Black Box, that's just 16 seats. We're expecting to see our residents resume presenting in the Black Box once our capacity restrictions are lifted. Let's see here. In January of 2020, we had local artist Bill Lewis who complete a public art mural entitled Abstract Hair in the Regent Street Black Box ticket office lobby and stairwell. And in February 2020, we installed an automated riser seating system, which makes the Black Box space more accessible and affordable to smaller arts organizations. So we're really looking forward to seeing our residents resume their programming and one-offs come into the space for all of the reasons, all of the enhancements that we've been able to make to the space. We also were seeing in 2019 a solid foundation of festival activity developing on both McCarthy Plaza and Regent Street. In 2019, the Utah Brewers Guild, Busker Fest, and the Urban Arts Festival combined brought 2,500 festival attendees to McCarthy Plaza and Regent Street. And much of that, so we were seeing things really moving in that area as well. Most of that activity was canceled this year. However, we are expecting to see those festivals, 1 or 2 of them at least, resume on McCarthy Plaza next year. Essentially, our overall 2020 focus has primarily been health and safety and financial management, which Matt Castillo is going to speak to now as he runs through our 2021 budget with you. Thank you.
All right, so I'll just talk through the general approach we took in compiling the 2021 budget and the challenges and opportunities we faced during that process. So as Holly and Angela both mentioned, of course, the pandemic has significantly impacted Echo's site spaces with health and safety restrictions, greatly limiting the types of performances and activities that can take place there. And reduced capacity restrictions have meant we're only able to seat about 15 to 20% of actual capacity in the Regent Street Black Box. So we do expect these guidelines will stay in place into 2021. For budget purposes, we are anticipating that there will be reduced capacity restrictions through June 1, at which point we hope to see activity to start to return. Of course, even as hopefully health and safety guidelines will be lifted next summer and fall, we do still anticipate that patrons and arts organizations will still have health concerns around attending large events. And so we're anticipating that we will still see lower than normal activity through the end of 2021. And we've kind of used that as the basis to project really conservatively as to what type of activity and revenues we'll realize next year. Of course, we've also sought to minimize the impact of those lower event revenues by seeking strategic expense reductions. So we have implemented a hiring freeze across the county and have been able to realize savings from that. As Holly mentioned, the county also created a redeployment program in response to the pandemic where employees from agencies whose activity has decreased from the pandemic have been redeployed to agencies, county agencies whose work has increased. So obviously across Arts and Culture Division, Echoes Theater, and the other theaters that we operate, we've seen much lower activity since the pandemic started. And so we've been able to redeploy employees to the Health Department, the Economic Development Department, and a lot of other agencies to help respond to the pandemic as well as fulfill other really essential needs. And so that's been a really great way for us to be able to keep our employees busy as well as offer some really important budget savings to all of our budgets, including Echo's site. We are, of course, also still looking for ways to safely activate site spaces. One good example of that is we have been able to continue the annual holiday art installation in the ground lobby. So this was made possible through a partnership with Magic Space Entertainment and a Create in Utah grant. And so this piece will be really prominently displayed in the lobby and will be able to safely be viewed from Main Street by residents who are downtown for the holidays. And we also have arts organizations looking at creative ways to utilize McCarthy Plaza in a way that doesn't draw large crowds, but still provides an experience for those passing through. So we're still looking for creative ways to be able to activate that in a really safe and healthy way. Now I'll just start to get into the numbers a little bit and just give the highlights of the 2021 budget. In the transmittal materials that we submitted, we did include a memo which discussed in more detail the changes to the 2021 budget compared to our 2020 adjusted budget, as well as the detailed budget report itself. And so, of course, we're happy to discuss any questions you have about those reports or any other questions you have. But as far as just a high-level overview of the numbers, so we are presenting a flat operating subsidy compared to 2020. We do have some minimal expense increases, but those are offset by revenue increases as we're anticipating activity to slowly start to resume as we progress through 2021. The revenue increases of $18,000 compared to our 2020 budget are due to the increased activity, which we're anticipating to start in the summer and through into the fall. And the expense increases of roughly the same amount, about $18,000 compared to our 2020 budget, are due to really increased event expenses. So things like usher, ticket seller, and technical director wages, cleaning, maintenance, and other event expenses. But those two offset so that we're able to provide that flat operating subsidy going into 2021. And I believe that covers what we have prepared for you today. So at this point, we'll just ask if there are any questions or discussion items for us.
Mr. Chair, I think you're muted.
Councilmember Rogers?
My question, I guess, is for Holly or maybe Jennifer Bruno. The 3.6 million subsidy from the county general fund, was that a gift, or is that going to be repaid by the Eccles Theater?
I like that. It's a gift. So basically, at this point, the county, we're not looking to get it back. Understanding what's happening, it's basically sort of what we were able to do to keep the operations flowing and to continue to maintain the highest priority for us, which is our staff, to get through this time.
Other questions? How do you envision the holiday concert is going to go? Are people going to be are you only selling certain seats to make it distant?
Sure. Angela, if you want to talk about, so we're, of course, complying with the state rules on social distancing, and, Mayor Wilson has really been leading in to help this whole time. So we've limited capacity. We never expanded the capacity in any of our facilities past the 20%. So I think Angela could talk to you and tell you the number of people that are able to attend our venue.
Sure. We did limit the capacity to 20% of the auditorium in Delta Hall, which is 654 seats. And so far, to date, we have sold out the 4 performances that have been opened up for sale for the Kurt Buster show in December.
Okay.
And just so you know, Chris, we have a lot of protocols in place, from social distancing in the lobby, not selling concessions, those types of things. So we're definitely, I think our staff has done an incredible job of continuing to prioritize health and safety across the venue. And that includes, having people come early, sort of excusing people by rows, those types of things, to make sure we continue to adhere to those safety guidelines.
Great. Okay, unless there are any other questions, then we can go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. Thank you, Angela and Matthew and Holly from the county for joining us on this.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you so much, council.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, now at agenda item number 9. Oh, okay. Agenda item number 9, with zoning text amendment to increase building height limits in a portion of the GMU zone follow-up discussion. And leading this or starting us off is Russell Weeks from the council office. We also have Nick Norris from planning, John Anderson from planning, and Molly Robinson from planning.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Doug Tim, who represents the petitioner, is also in the audience.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So this item is scheduled for formal consideration tonight. It is a proposed ordinance that would increase height limits in a portion of the station center area. The entire area is zoned as gateway mixed use. Gateway mixed use zones currently allow a maximum building height of 120 feet with subject to design review by the city. The proposed ordinance would increase the maximum height to 190 feet for buildings at the corner of the area of the proposed ordinance, outlined in the proposed ordinance. The ordinance includes a design review requirement for buildings that high. Besides design review, any new buildings would be subject to review as a planned development. Council staff has prepared 4 motions. Would the council chair like the staff to read the motions, or would the council like to just get into the discussion now?
Yes, it looks like at least one council member will read the motions.
Okay, Bobby, can you put those up? Let me say one thing about all the motions. They include a second part that declares the city council's intent that the administration conduct a height study of the greater downtown area, starting with Station Center and North Temple Street area, followed by areas identified for transit-oriented development, and then by areas that make up the greater downtown, generally defined by existing D1, D2, D3, D4, and GMU districts. If I may, I would like to start with the second motion on the motion sheet, because it's a fairly long motion, and I'd like to start with that.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I move that the council conditionally approve the request and not publish the ordinance until the condition listed below has been confirmed in writing by the developer, with the understanding that this should not be seen as a precedent for future requests for increased building height. It is the intent of the council that all future requests for additional height or density, whether via rezoning or text amendment, be reviewed on a case-by-case basis until the height study is completed, and that in each case, the city asks the petitioner to articulate the benefits that will be provided to the city related to the increased height density, given the value that the city would be providing to the petitioner by granting the increased height density. In this case, the conditional approval is subject to developer confirming in writing the specific additional benefits to the city that are related to the additional requested height and density. This ordinance will be published when the developer has provided written confirmation to the city's planning department and the city council that these elements have been included in the project. That's motion number 2. Can we go back to motion number 1 now? Motion number 1 says, I move that the council adopt the ordinance amending subsection 21A 31.020.e of the Salt Lake City Code pertaining to building height in the GMU Gateway Mixed Use District. And again, it contains that language that I spoke of originally. Can we move on to motion number 3? This says, I move that the council adopt the ordinance amending subsection 21A.31.020.e of the city code pertaining to building height in the GMU Gateway Mixed Use District with the following amendments. This particular motion allows council members to propose amendments as they see fit. And let's go on to motion number 4. Well, motion number 4. Motion number 4 is, I move that the council not adopt the proposed ordinance and deny petition number PLN PCM 2019.006639 pertaining to building heights in the GMU Gateway Mixed Use District. The motions cover the spectrum of what is allowed by state law, and that is to either approve a petition, a land use petition, amend a land use petition, or deny a land use petition. I think I'll leave it there unless there's, I think I'll leave it there for the council to move ahead on how it will.
Thank you, Russell. Open it up to questions. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes, on the motion number 2, there is an intent that the developers sign or submit an email or a letter that shows the benefits to the city given increase in height, but it doesn't give us we don't outline like a timeline for this. And I thought this request, when we got it, they had a little bit of a timeline that they wanted to follow so that this project could happen. And that was one of the things that was attractive to me, in the sense that we finally had a developer looking at this area that we've been wanting to develop for a long time. And I want to make sure that we don't, if the rest of the council wants to pass motion number 2, that we have a timeline as well for the developers, because it is the intent of this study to move a little bit faster as well. So I am of the opinion that we need to put a timeline on this as well, on both sides, or on their side more than us in this case, so that we don't waste any time if they're not serious about it. Thanks.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Councilmember Mano.
Yeah, my question is, can that motion number 2 also include amendments? And the specific amendment that I'm thinking of is that we only rezone for additional heights the one parcel that is under consideration for development, so that we can keep the other parcels that are currently proposed within this ordinance at the current height, and then get those public benefits that motion 2 is talking about. Because I feel like if we, even if the applicant on this parcel gives us the public benefits, and we agree that the catalytic nature of this project is worth increasing the heights. We've also rezoned several other parcels in the area, I think roughly half of them. And so we don't have any way to get public benefits out of those other parcels in the same area. So can that motion number 2 also include an amendment to only rezone the one parcel under consideration by the applicant and leave the others out?
Yeah, yes, council member, you can do that. And what we would suggest is that we include in that motion the intent to leave the rest of the petition open still, so that those properties don't have to go back through the planning commission process. It can that can be on hold for a while, and the one parcel can move forward. So you can combine what you're suggesting with really motion number 1 or number 2.
Okay. So questions? So I am clear, Councilmember Mono, you would be in favor of combining motions 2 and 3, is that right?
Yeah, I'm still a little confused about what that exactly means. If we leave the rest of it open and they don't have to go through the process, they also just send us an email stating that there's a few public benefits they're giving, and we don't ever review that, and it automatically is approved? Or
No,
does it come back to us?
It would come back to you for approval.
And we would be able to analyze the public benefits that those future developments are providing and approve that request based on those benefits.
You would approve it based on the usual things that you approve land use petitions on, and that could include that if you're so inclined. Yes.
Right.
And the city attorney's office is also on the call, so they can join in.
Okay, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. So in motion number 2, we conditionally approve something and then it wouldn't go into effect until the height study is completed, but any request would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, right?
That's not my understanding, Councilmember.
Okay, I have a concern about not having a foundation of what we believe is a public benefit, and then we are simply, we being whoever the we is, whether it's the council, whether it's the planning division, whether it's whatever, whoever is making what has the potential of being seen as arbitrary decisions on a case-by-case basis until this height study is done, which, I mean, I know how long studies can take. So how many projects is that somebody that we have this like pretend ordinance out there for that doesn't give any predictability to anybody coming in and wanting to do a project, and instead just seems, again, whether it be true or not true, it has the potential of being perceived as arbitrary.
Councilmember, other members, other people can check in, but my understanding is that motion number 2 in no way pauses this particular project until the height study is done. That in fact, it's a way forward to do the project while the height study is underway.
And that, but what happens when the next project comes in a year and a half from now when the study still isn't completed?
Maybe I could address that one.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, Jennifer can fill in, but we certainly didn't have time in matter of a week or 2 to come up with using the master plans and other adopted policy to identify public benefits. But I think that could easily be done in concert with planning. The council has added public benefit requirements to land use ordinances. The very best example is City Creek Mall downtown, and that the council just worked through using master plans and that type of a thing. It's just that we did not have time to work on that in this time frame. Certainly before more projects come before you, we could by ordinance or by motion attach that, especially if you leave, you know, part of this ordinance open. But yeah, it is. I know that planning is not keen on this idea, but it's unusual to give a substantial height benefit without having at least this discussion quite thoroughly. So there are other aspects of city zoning that already include benefits. An example also is the transit zone, where if there are certain amenities included, then the applicants receive expedited processing. So I think sometimes we might be talking past each other on the topic, but there certainly are planning experts who would think that this is appropriate and acceptable. It's just up to you guys, though, whether you choose.
Councilmember Johnston.
In motion number 2, I agree with Darren about limiting the parcels we're talking about to the applicant parcels. In motion number 2, however, I echo Councilmember Fowler's concern. My concern is an undefined. It seems like we have an undefined benefits we're asking for. And are we asking the applicant to come forward with benefits and just tell us what they envision are benefits, and then we would make an arbitrary decision based on if we like those or not? Or are we using the city RDA benefits list we've used for those loans before, or some other thing? I'm a little concerned about asking for a sort of a trade-off for the zone. Fundamentally, like, we'll give you the zone if you give us this. It doesn't feel sort of the right thing to do here. That's what I'm concerned about.
And we could ask the attorney's office if they can address that. Certainly saying, having that direct isn't.
I might be a little overstating it, I admit. But it's sort of, it feels like we're going that direction a bit more instead of a standardized criteria that everyone knows is there.
Right. Well, and it really is a surprise that the council wanted to do this zoning and add the height. And so adding height in this area is unprecedented. It's a good thing, obviously, or else you wouldn't be doing it. But so we're just trying to not have a significant change in the land use pattern of the city without applying the other principles that typically would be applied. And in the past, I've understood it that like density bonuses and height bonuses weren't really effective in Salt Lake City because we had overzoned a lot of our areas and they already had the height. But in areas where they're coming in to ask for more height, it's usually worth a conversation. But we've already, we've had the conversation. Now it's just up to you guys to decide.
Not to call anybody out specifically, but I knew that Councilmember Dugan had concerns about this earlier, and I wanted to know if you had thoughts, if any of this has helped you help alleviate some of your concerns, or just where are you at right now on this?
I think it's alleviated some of my concerns, but it hasn't alleviated everything. I think Councilmember Mono's point about the extra parcels was right on. And I'm also, have that concern of, the benefits for the city, and how this plays out going forward with a GMU, because we are setting precedents now that it's 190 feet. Basically, that's going to be the new norm, and someone else is going to ask for an exception to go to 210 feet or 240 feet. So we kind of build on that. But I understand it's a great catalyst for the area, and I believe that part of it. I'm also concerned about the parking and the ground floor and how it plays out with the urban, a park or planning in the middle of it, because you basically build a 190-foot wall and then said, I'm going to put a park on the east side of that. Well, for half the day, it's going to be under shade and cold. And so those are all my concerns of allowing for 190 feet before we do this whole study. But I also say, okay, let this move forward until we have the height study. Okay, they'll let the planning go forward. We'll have time to get the height study. Maybe it will give us some impetus to do the height study in a little more of an expeditious manner. Then it's going to drive us to do this height study, because you know what, we can't just diddly dally on this thing. We got to move out on this, because it's not just affecting this GMUs. I mean, it's affecting the whole west side of the city in essence. I mean, this is setting the precedence here. So it's pushing us there. And I'm not even sure if I'm answering your question. But I'd like to say, hey, let's let them move forward in the planning, but let us move forward in the height study and get that going right away, because there's too many concerns here across the board. And that whole, I think Councilmember Johnson's kind of said it was we're giving a lot away, and we're just asking we're asking the petitioner, hey, what's the benefit? Oh, well, you guys are going to make $1 million a month. And he may not be basing that on any hard, firm facts there. And I would rather see it affordable housing. You get X amount of feet, X amount of housing. You get X amount of acreage for urban development. The other one is kind of a little bit more of a softer benefit. That's probably confusing to a lot of people.
No, I just wanted to hear where you were at since since this meeting. So I see Katie has joined us. Katie, did you have something you wanted to add, or are you just joining?
Just for fun? No, I am here for fun, yes, but I also wanted to add to address Councilmember Johnston's question about requiring conditions in order to approve the additional height, and just wanted to remind council members that that's certainly legal, and the city often requires conditions prior to zoning, and those conditions have to be fulfilled prior to publishing the ordinance, which is the tenor of this motion. The question of what those public benefits are and how to explore them is, I know what the council is talking about, but just wanted to be clear that this is not outside the norm or unprecedented to be requiring conditions to the zoning.
Okay. Do we want to give that? Does anyone have any questions for the applicant or their representative?
Yeah, I would like an update from the applicant and see on their timeline and if any of their plans changed, because like Councilmember Dugan mentioned, I have the same concerns about the big parking lot that they were proposing at a, in an area that has a state sorry, I can't talk today. I guess I'm tired. Where's a train station so close, and that's another thing that we value, which is public transportation. So I'm excited to hear from the applicant and see where they're at. Thanks.
Okay, let's give the applicant a minute to address the council.
Okay. This is Doug Tim. I'm the architect involved with STAC. And in terms of, let's see, there were a couple of questions there. The first being timing. There's not a specific timing right now in terms of the development. So it would be something that you'd have to probably enter into some sort of a understanding of what the market is going to do with respect to coming out of the COVID pandemic and what that could mean. That said, a lot of it is the timing of being shovel ready to have the proper zoning in place when that unicorn opportunity comes along. There was, a year ago, there was an entity who was very interested in establishing an anchor on the corner there at 6th West and 3rd South, and it came and went. The opportunity was lost, but you never know when that's going to come up. But I think that there could be some discussion where a timeline could be put together. It's just dependent to some degree on when the right entity comes into play. Now, with regard to parking, we've thought about that. First of all, we're at a transit hub here, and the whole idea is to create intensity of development at a transit hub so that cars aren't being used or not being used to the degree that they normally are on a day-to-day basis, because you're creating a place where you have a walkable community that's attached very closely to the transit hub. In addition to that, the whole idea is to create a complete community. So there's not just office, so there's not just commerce, there's not just residential. There's a mix of all those uses. So there's an employment center that's walkable to housing, and that the type of commerce that could be supported by the intense development at a transportation hub that starts to come together. And so you do have the ability to reduce the amount of parking that's necessary to some degree. And there's been a lot of studies and that sort of thing, but we feel that there would be a reduced need for parking. That said, we think that parking on the block, on a block by block basis, might want to be attacked in a partnership manner if it's at all possible, so that there's a opportunity to throughout the day and throughout the week, so that parking stalls are getting used 2 and 3 times a day instead of once a day, and have the right number of stalls so that the parking gets used and doesn't just sit fallow. I don't know, does that answer your question, Councilperson? Okay. Other questions?
Councilmember Mono?
Okay, so if we do move forward with only rezoning the parcel that this specific project is on, and then waiting for the future developers to come and engage with us in a discussion about what their projects will look like and if those have public benefits, I just want to be clear. The parcel that the Stack Development project is on is 333 South, 600 West. Is that correct?
It's the northwest corner parcel. I don't have the address at hand. I'd have to go on the...
It's one contiguous parcel, though.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at the county assessor's map right now, and it actually looks like, this is where it gets even more confusing. It actually looks like part of that parcel is within the area outlined for the additional heights, as shown in our staff report, and part of that parcel is not. So I'm not sure how to move forward with the motion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the maps again. I guess the motion, my thought would be is that the motion would be that portion of the parcel that is included within the boundaries of the maps that have been set before the council.
And then I guess the follow-up question, that if we'd even just approve the application as presented with no adjustments, then we're creating a split zone scenario on that parcel, because part of it is in the highlighted portion, part of it is not. So I guess I'm just not feeling super prepared to know how to even say the motion. A few of these things I'm just looking at right now. Or maybe I'm wrong and it doesn't create a split zone because it's actually the same zone. We're just increasing heights.
I was about to say that we're not suggesting that we change from the GMU zone. We're suggesting that there's an overlay that recognizes the area where more intensity of development really is called for in conjunction with a transit hub.
Yeah, so maybe I'm actually not understanding this as well as I thought I did. It's not changing the zone. It's just creating an overlay within the zone that a certain part of the zone can have increased heights and the rest of the zone cannot. Am I understanding that now right? I mean, I don't know if that's a question for John or Katie.
Oh, okay.
No, I think you're exactly right that they would all remain GMU. It's just those portions that have been outlined in the map would be allowed to request that additional height, as opposed to those others surrounding would not be able to.
And is it okay that that's sort of split zoned? Part of one contiguous parcel would be within that overlay and part would be outside of it? That's not an issue.
No, it's not. It's just, I mean, it's one extra step in the review. When somebody submits their plans, we would anticipate they would show us where on their site plan different zones are appropriate, which zone is in place. And the rules and standards based on that zone on each part of the block would be assessed to that building, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So if it comes in with one giant structure, parts of that structure would be allowed to increase the height if this was approved, of course, and others would not. They would have to remain at that 120.
Mr. Mono, if I may, this is Nick Norris. I would also add that with the potential of having to figure out public benefits, where we're having a parcel where part of that public benefit requirement applies and part of that parcel it doesn't apply, it makes that a lot more complicated to figure out as well. So just something to keep in mind moving forward with that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, can you clarify that, Nick Norris, just for my benefit?
Yeah, so if the property, if portions of the property are within this extra height area, and portions of it are not, that means the portions of it that are not within it are not subject to the public benefit and any kind of condition that gets put on it. It's only that portion that's within that is subject to that condition. And so that makes it a lot more challenging to figure out when it comes time what any kind of public benefit that may be required, or how to determine that and value it and measure it and judge it.
So because we may be limiting the geographic footprint of the overlay, so to speak, the public benefit would have to happen within that particular part of the parcel. It couldn't be shared between multiple pieces of the parcel, right? Like a plaza or a mid-block walkway, anything like that couldn't be counted if it was not within that exact geographic footprint we were identifying, correct?
Can I chime in? Because I think that maybe there's a misunderstanding of like the kinds of benefits we're talking about. I think in some cases, conditions are really easy to define very narrowly so that they can like be checked off. I think in this case, we're recognizing that this is sort of an unprecedented situation that the council is being asked to consider. And so in that vein, trying to create a lane for the policymakers to consider what kinds of public benefits would sort of like push the policymakers over the line to say maybe to yes. And so, I mean, in my mind, we we frequently have where something stops and then the next zone starts. And so I think that it would just be a matter of, tracking where the parcel is and making sure that that's recorded. And then for the next application that comes, considering what those public benefits need to be. Our challenge is that we don't have a defined list of public benefits now, but to Cindy's point earlier, it's because we were scrambling to come up with an idea. And I think that if staff had time to work through some of the master plans for the area, we could pretty easily identify what some of those public benefits are. They would probably be general because this project is already so far along. But then the concern about creating a precedent for future projects coming to the council, you would at least have information in the record that would say the policymakers said yes to this project because XYZ policy goals for the city were part of the project. So.
Well, just as a suggestion, council members, I mean, if there's still questions about this, we can always ask for more time.
I mean, I hate to do that, but I keep getting more questions every time I think we get close to the end. I'm like, wait, what about this? So I don't know. I'm struggling with knowing how to proceed right now personally, but
I'm with you too, because yeah.
But I also don't want to just keep talking about it and wasting using up everyone's time. So I don't know.
Yeah, typically, if I could, what usually would happen is we would get together with the attorney's office and planning and CAN and the mayor's office if they want to, and come up with a couple of different options for you so that we have lots of sets of eyes on it and can hopefully catch some of these oddities that you're catching. This has just been unusual all the way around, but we'd be glad to do that if the council is willing to take more time. But it's entirely up to the vote of the council.
How much time would you need?
Right. Well, I hope we don't have another disaster. I can tell you that 2 weeks really didn't help us. We could absolutely report back to you at your next meeting to tell you how things are going, but not being able to predict people's schedules, I don't want to tell you a date and then come back here and still have a mess with a lot of loose ends. I'd rather come back to you that say, here are 3 solid proposals all along the spectrum, and then you can modify them from there. So, I mean, certainly by the end of November, we could have something, probably before that. I'm making that up.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Cindy's schedule seems on to me. I think we can handle this situation and get it ready to go before the end of November.
Okay, we had a couple hands up just a minute ago. Did people's questions get answered? Go ahead, Councilmember Valdemoros.
I would be okay with that, just given because it seemed like the development needed some more, or was in a time crunch earlier. Obviously, as I mentioned, we lost that unicorn opportunity to be there, but doesn't mean that there's not another one coming. And because of COVID, that has delayed things, and so that's why I would be okay with this, and see what other options we will have. I think in my mind, what I'm trying to, the need for this are the area to move on and to develop because it's been sitting there for a long time, and also not set precedent or harm potential no master plans, but the way our city looks because of this extra height that they're requiring without a study, without really looking into what's best. So that's what I'm trying to balance. I think both things are valid. So I would be okay waiting till the end of November and see if there's, some sort of balanced options for us to discuss again. But those are my interests in moving forward with development in the area, but also being conscious about, changing zoning rules, so thanks.
Okay. Would it be helpful to do a straw poll on this so that we know where we're going into the formal meeting? Or okay, if not, then we can just move on to the next agenda item and we can decide tonight in the formal meeting what we want to do.
I think maybe we could do a straw poll here just to defer till the end of November. Is that what we're asking for?
That's sort of what it sounds like Cindy and Russell were suggesting.
Yeah, I would.
Could I ask John Anderson and Nick Norris about their input on that time frame or this sort of direction we're going?
Sure.
I think it's going to come down to how we define those public benefits, how we get the data and information, and how we measure those things. And I think that's the part that we're always focused on, is when we get some sort of a condition or an ordinance, how do we actually apply it and administer it? And so those are what we're going to be concerned with. I don't know how long that's going to take, because I don't know what path we're going to go down with those. But that's just the nature of it. I don't know. I can't commit to having that done by the end of November. I mean, I don't know how much work we're going to be expected to do with that, but we at least have to have an opportunity to review that.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan.
I mean, this is a big deal right now. So it's not like, I think a couple weeks to give Cindy and the planners and the city a little time to look at it is probably smart. I mean, we deferred it 2 weeks ago and we didn't really get a lot. We have a lot more questions now. And this has implications across the city. So I think giving Cindy and Russell time to look things out and get some better answers so we're a little more comfortable with our decision is a smart way to go.
Well, and I don't want to in this process disrespect what Nick Norris is saying at all, because we absolutely would need to work with him, and I was trying to minimize the amount of time because I know the council's anxious to get it done. Nick is probably more practical and realistic about it than I am. The only thing I can say is we can do our best to go as fast as we can. There will be a point where planning needs to take a look at there may be various aspects they would like to take more time with, and just have to come back to you and report. I don't know.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This might be for the applicants as well. I know that it's always up in the air about development timeframes and so forth. I just don't want to put an unrealistic expectation on staff to get something done, because there's so many things in the queue for all of these departments, and our staff included. And I don't want to give the developer sort of a 3-week or 4-week time frame and then say, oh, we're still not ready, and keep pushing it. I'd rather have a realistic time frame that we can sort of gear towards so everyone can plan themselves accordingly. If that makes sense.
Yes, go ahead and propose one.
What, June 2022? No, I mean, I'd be making up out of the air too, because I think everyone's in the same boat. Nobody knows what the workload looks like. My thought is, I would say it's going to be hard to do much. So December, just a guess here, between the holidays, that slows down. My guess is for vacations and everything else. I'm just realistically thinking by the end of November seems tough. And so it might even be January. And so I'm just wondering if we put that date, if say the end of January out there, what does that mean for the developers, for city staff, based on what we know?
I would defer to Nick Norris.
Yeah, I think, I mean, my general thought is that for something like this, you want to take, it's better to take the time to get it right than it is to rush something and get it wrong. And so I think that's more realistic to have something by the end of the year into January than end of November, because we just have too many things on our plate right now that are going through our planning commission and things like that we have to get to. Some of those things, there does appear to be, hopefully, keep our fingers crossed, a little relief to the workload coming up after about the middle of December. So that's an opportunity, but that also will be dependent on things that come in that we don't know about, which we've had several large projects come in the last 2 weeks that we didn't know were coming. So there's that, but yeah, I think it's a more realistic expectation on our end to have something sometime in January.
Okay.
If I propose a straw poll then that said we would like to, maybe the developers, I mean, Mr. Tim.
I'm sorry, what was there?
Well, I'm thinking about proposing a straw poll that would say we revisit this at the end of January. Give me a sense from your end what that means for you.
I think that speaking for the developers, they would want to get it right. And I understand exactly what Nick was saying with respect to having to channel workload. And somebody mentioned, by the time we get to the end of November, then we're starting to be in the middle of the holidays. Probably January is reasonable.
So if I propose a straw poll, Mr. Chair, that says we will expect a report back, I don't know our schedule in January. I don't think we set it yet, have we?
No.
26th is a Tuesday. Realistic to say report by the 26th of January, the last Tuesday in the month.
Why don't we? I mean, I think that's fine. I don't know if that creates a problem, because if we don't end up meeting the last Thursday or Tuesday of January, then. But I don't know.
Bonus. You get another week.
Okay.
I don't know. I was going to say my birthday, but that's on a weekend, so we won't do that.
Why don't you just suggest we have it for the last scheduled meeting in January, whatever that may be.
It actually, the difference between that and the last part of January is about 3 weeks. So it reduces it, not because it is 3 weeks from the last week, but it is, that's the lead time that we would have to have it ready. It'd have to be done 3 weeks earlier. So if you could just say end of January,
okay,
then we'll do it as quickly as we can.
29th of January.
Great. Does everyone understand the straw poll? All right. How do you feel? I've got a thumbs up from me, from Johnston, Dugan, Valdemoros, Fowler, Mono, Rogers. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Great. Unanimous straw poll, end of January. Thank you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you for your time and consideration. We'll see you in January.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, do you want a motion for that, for the formal meeting?
I think we just could close the public hearing and defer action.
It's on unfinished business.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Table?
Yeah, you could just defer action and you don't have to say a date.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, we are at item number 10 on our agenda, which is a board appointment to the Historic Landmarks Commission. The nominee is John Iwanowski. Do we have John available?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, thank you for being here. So if you would just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving in this position.
Yeah, of course. First, I want to thank Mayor Mendenhall and her staff for forwarding my application on to the council, and thank you to the council for listening to me tonight and considering me for the HLC. Starting a little bit about myself, I was born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin, went to the University of Wisconsin in Madison for college, and then went to the University of Michigan for architecture school. I knew from a young age I wanted to be an architect. My dad was an architect and I always loved the profession, so followed through on kind of a lifelong dream and graduated from Michigan with my Master of Architecture degree. Then I moved right from Ann Arbor to Salt Lake City in 2013 and started working at CRSA, mostly because that's where I could get a job at the time. So I kind of, CRSA has always been a leader in historic preservation, and I like to think I kind of backed into historic preservation, but I've really enjoyed it, mostly because of my interest in architecture, but also in history and urbanism and other things that we deal with in preservation. So my first real project at CRSA was I did intensive level surveys of about 400 buildings in Park City, a lot of research. That was a multi-year research project. And my first main architectural project there was working on the historic Enos Wall Mansion, now the Thomas F. Monson Center on South Temple in Salt Lake City. I worked on the McPolin Barn in Park City, and then another, the Steiner American Building, which is on South Temple, and currently doing a lot of work on the Rio Grande Depot. I worked on it before the earthquake and now helping clean up after the earthquake and do some seismic upgrades to the building. I've also done some volunteer work with Preservation Utah. I was on the Historic Properties Committee for a while, and then currently on the Salt Lake Modern Committee there. I've helped with the Vernacular Architecture Forum through Tom Carter, including measuring and documenting the buildings of Bishop Place before they were demolished, and a independent project with Stephen Cornell called Salt Lake Uncommon Modern, where we're cataloging as many of the modernist buildings in the Salt Lake Valley as we can, and hoping to put out a publication and exhibition someday, potentially. So why did I apply for the HLC? My work has brought me before the HLC a handful of times, including getting the Steiner American Building listed on the National Register of Historic Places, working on the city-owned Fisher Mansion, that's been recent, and also the 4th Avenue Pump House, which I'm sure Chairman Wharton has some memory of, but I think those experiences in front of the committee have really showed me in front of the commission have really showed me its value, ensuring a bright future for our shared cultural resources. And in the end, I just want to lend my professional expertise to helping to maintain a healthy balance between new development in our city and our historic fabric. That is me. I don't know if my camera's on. Is it?
No.
Of course, it was working earlier during our test session. Start video. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Now.
Good evening.
Good evening. Council members, anyone have questions for Mr. Iwanowski? Well, thank you, John. Just want to thank you for your work on documenting Bishop's Place and for your work on the 4th Avenue well. I know those were two really important projects in District 3, and that we really appreciated your work on both. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. They were both, especially the pump house was pretty contentious at first, I think, but you know, through the landmarks process, I think we came up with a good solution that pleased as many people as it could in the end. So they were both good learning experiences for me.
Great, thank you. All right, well, doesn't look like there are any other questions, so we will go ahead and put your name on our consent agenda for tonight's formal meeting. You need not be present to win, but you are very welcome to tune into the meeting if you would like.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Agenda item number 11 is a board appointment for announced today from District 3. Babs, are you with us?
I am with you. Hello.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
I wore my holiday hat.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Would you start by telling us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this position?
Absolutely. Hey, all you all. I served as planning commissioner for 8 years for the city, and I found that as some of the most fascinating work a person could do as a volunteer and educational for me. It was worth 6 years of college in all those years easily. And I got a wonderful opportunity to work with the city staff and met people like Anna and Nick, who rocked the planning commission back then. And Nick, you certainly are still doing that. Anna, are you still doing that? I don't know, maybe. I enjoyed it also in meeting all the people that were applicants, and we worked with, I know during my terms, we worked with City Creek for 11 months, and I had a riot of fun working with the church in helping to plan that, but also trying to keep my fellow commissioners out of the weeds from micromanaging what people were presenting. I had a huge respect for the staff and the research that they did, and I probably agreed with them 90% of the time in their recommendations. We have a really good system that works here in this city, and I'm quite proud of it. I am a real estate broker for almost 4 decades in this town, and I specialize in historic homes and unique properties. I work a lot with artists who often make their properties very unique or own really special properties like Edie Roberson or Trevor Saudi. And I love digging into the history of the properties, and I'm kind of rare at that, oddly enough. You don't often see the history advertised, but when I can find out that Brigham Young's third wife's shoemaker lived in a property, I get crazy about that. I love to research not only the history, but also the architecture. I did not ever take an architecture class. My father was an architect and studied under Frank Lloyd Wright, and he only worked for a couple of years in architecture and then flew across the country and became a cattle rancher. His renderings are in my office, and they are amazing, and he never drew again. I am a realtor. Private property rights are extremely important to me, and of course to the National Association of Realtors. I believe sometimes we may be protecting things that shouldn't be protected. They're just too awful to restore or too costly to restore. But I also believe that this is the thing that brings us the integrity to our city, the charm of our city. And it's super important to me. And I've missed working with the city as a volunteer in these years. In the meantime, I've been working as a board member for the Girl Scouts here in the state of Utah, which, as you can imagine, has been very difficult during COVID. But we have a lot of history as well with our camps and our girls. So that's a little bit about me, and I would love to serve my city again. And particularly, this is the part that I absolutely love, is history and our landmarks here. As a matter of fact, I was showing homes the other day, and I picked people up by the old cop shop, which is, you know, sitting there vacant, and they were like, "We need to tear that down. It's just terrible." And I was like, but it's one of the few mid-century modern high-rises in this city. I think we need to protect this building. And they had no idea. I've never heard that kind of information before. So I'm all about getting that information out. And you may know that I write for City Weekly, and I have a column every week, which often is about the history of the city. And my column for this next week is about the history of Hogle Zoo, because James Hogle just passed, and how Princess Alice used to escape the elephant and run through the neighborhoods and get all of the laundry attached to her, and really made people mad in the neighborhood. So kids raised $3,200 and bought her. They bought her from a circus, and the Hogle family were able to donate land so that we could get that elephant up there. If you're out looking at homes with me, I tell that kind of history all the time. I love history.
Well, thank you very much, Babs. Does anyone have any questions for Babs?
Just hey.
Hey.
I'm just happy that Babs still wants to work with us and serve, and I love her, opinions, and even if we don't agree, I think she's a great addition to our city and to this particular board as well. So I'm excited.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, Babs, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate it. We will put your name on our consent agenda at our formal meeting, and you don't need to be there for that, but you are welcome, of course, to join us if you would like. It's at 7 p.m.
Do we have to disclose, Chris, that you were the one that married my wife and I the day that marriages became legal in the state of Utah?
I don't think that creates a conflict of interest, but just for the sake of, yes, that is true.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure.
All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to agenda item 12, which is a board appointment to the Historic Landmarks Commission. Aiden Lilly. Is Aiden present?
Yes, I am.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Aiden. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this position?
Yes. Well, first, thank you all so much for taking the time to interview me. I really appreciate it. Well, first, yes, my name is Aiden Lilly. I'm a dedicated historic preservationist and also an architectural historian, according to the Secretary of the Interior Standards, which is guidelines that the National Park Service uses. I earned my degree in historic preservation and community planning from the College of Charleston. While I was there, I also studied architectural history and urban studies, which was just a wonderful experience and really, I think, shaped a lot of who I am and my passion for preservation and history. I don't know if any of you all have been to Charleston, but the city is what it is today because of people like you all that sat on its city council, and our mayor of 50 years just really fought for the historic integrity of Charleston. And I got to see, while I was working for the city of Charleston, I worked for their planning department for a little bit, and just got to see really the impact that people who are just public servants had on transforming a city. I moved to Salt Lake shortly after graduation and just immediately fell in love with the city. My most recent professional experience has been at the Utah Cultural Alliance, which we advocate for the arts and humanities, and I got to work a lot with data, and as well as work with the executive director of Preservation Utah on some common goals and projects, which was a fabulous experience as well. I would love to be on the Historic Commission. Like I said, I just love Salt Lake City, and from day one of moving to the city, I've just been inspired by the multitude of stories that have made it what it is today, that has created the historic fabric of the city, and I just think it's wonderful. And I would love to be on the commission because, as someone who is passionate and who is knowledgeable about the city, I just believe that I have a valuable voice, and I would love to contribute my experience and my knowledge to the board. And I also think that with a bit of fresher eyes and just as a younger generation, that my voice would be valuable, and I would just love to serve and volunteer in that way. I also believe that the public deserves to have their city, just to live in a city that tells their story, as well as the story of those who were before them. And I do believe that that is our job as people who are knowledgeable, to do that and to protect that for the people who live today and for those who are to live in Salt Lake City 50, 100 or so years from now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any questions from council members? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Lilly. We appreciate your willing to serve in this, serve our city in this capacity, and we're glad to have you here. Now, you may have heard my previous speech, but you we're going to put your name on our consent agenda for formal adoption at our meeting tonight. That starts at 7. You do not need to be present, but you're welcome to join us if you would like.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night, and thanks for your service. Okay, our last board appointment is to the Business Advisory Board, Kristen Lavellet. Is Kristen here?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm a little bit in the dark there. I hope y'all can see me okay. I apologize. I'm in a different setting than I normally am for professional purposes, even different than my own home. So.
Okay, yeah, it's a little dark, but we can see you. So tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Business Advisory Board.
Yes, I am the director of Local First Utah, which is a nonprofit organization that works to promote the prosperity, the economic prosperity of locally owned independent businesses in Salt Lake City and across the state. We work to educate the public about the benefits of buying from locally owned businesses, and we work really closely with Salt Lake City's Department to help them establish their goals in terms of serving the local business community, and also help them understand how their policies impact small businesses in our city. And so I have been with Local First Utah as the director since 2015. And I've been with the organization as a whole since 2010. In that capacity, as I mentioned, I've worked closely with Salt Lake City's Economic Development Department, hosted several events designed to promote local shopping and local commerce, including Small Business Saturday, which is a regular event that we host. We are also at Local First, the home of the Utah Study Series, which is where we researched our independent business community and found that 4 times more money stays in Salt Lake City's economy when those dollars are spent at locally owned businesses. An easy fact is for every $100 spent at a local, $55 stays in Utah's economy, which I think we are in a season of life when we recognize exactly how important that is. And it's really interesting to hear from my predecessors in this meeting, how they're inspired by the area's history and are working towards historic preservation. In a lot of ways, I think about supporting our locally owned business as a way of preserving our culture as it stands in the dynamic of the present, of everyday life. Locally owned businesses are crucial to our culture and our community, to our social connections, and all the ways that we connect with one another as citizens.
Great, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for your willingness to serve our city. We will put your name on our consent agenda for adoption at tonight's formal meeting, and you're welcome to join us there, but you need not be present to win. So,
wonderful, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and thanks for your willingness to serve Salt Lake City. Okay. That brings us to the end of our agenda, since we already did report of the chair and vice chair and report of the executive director. There is a closed session item that has been scheduled for tonight for attorney-client matters, so which has a separate WebEx link. So if somebody would like to make that motion, we can proceed to that meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into closed session after a 10-minute or 5-minute break for the purposes of advice of counsel.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler and a second from Councilmember Johnston. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Everybody, let's take a 5-minute break and meet at 6:10. And we'll see you in the separate link.